and good morning, everybody, and welcome to Summit Point Raceway for the 2024 edition of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. It's the April MARRS presented by OG Racing. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donnie, and we've got two great days of racing for you at glorious Summit Point Raceway. Good morning, Brian.
Good morning, Greg. How is everybody doing this morning? And don't forget about our button pusher and our producer, the guy that makes this all work for us, because with us, we wouldn't know what to do.
That's right.
If it wouldn't be for Spencer Gaynor.
That's right. So have Spencer Gaynor along with us here this weekend as well. And want to thank you all for joining us. We're getting ready. We've got 8 race groups here today. Spencer, why don't we bring up today's schedule here real quick. There we go. Give you an idea of what's going on. We have just completed qualifying for our 8 separate race groups here at Summit Point Raceway. And we are going to be going racing here and starting in just a few moments. We've got our 15-lap heat races starting in just a few moments. And we're going to have 2 races before we break for lunch. And I think is Eric Johnson. I want to welcome him and welcome the rest of you that are already in the chat here. As he's alluded to, we are going to have a very special presentation for somebody who means so much to us here at Summit Point Raceway, longtime employee at the track and face of Summit Point. I would call him the face of Summit Point Raceway. He's been referred to as the mayor of Summit Point, Donnie Owens.
He was.
But let's do this, Brian. My understanding is that we've got less than 5 minutes before our first group heads out for their pace lap. Our first group is our big bore race group. These are all I'd like to say the ground pounders, but we've got some classes that are out here running with us today. SMX, which is new national class in Sports Car Club of America. We've also got a huge contingent from the Northeast, I don't want to call it division, but the Northeast contingent of Spec Corvette. Yeah. They're joining us here once again this year. We've also got the United States Touring Car Championship racers with us as well. So let's do this as we get ready. We're going to have our drivers heading out for their pace lap in just a few moments. Let's run down the starting order. We had 26 drivers head out for qualifying this morning for this race group. Here's where they fall. Starting 26th, driving the number 22 United States Touring Car Championship Honda Prelude, representing StudioVRM.net, it's Roger Maeda. Starting 25th, driving the number 50 GT1 Chevy Corvette, the mobile auto repair service machine, it's Joseph Folia. Alan Lesher starts 24th. He's driving the 07 STU Dodge Neon. He's from Mount Holly Springs, Pennsylvania. And then we've got Martin Zwark. Martin is driving the number 93 USTCC Honda Civic SI. And he is starting 23rd. Starting 22nd today, driving the number 76 SPO Chevy Monza, the Pan Am Chevy Monza from Cherry Hill, New Jersey, Robert Benson. Starting 21st, driving the number 60 American Sedan Ford Mustang from Lincoln, Delaware, it's Melvin Miller. Starting 20th, driving the number 43 GT1 Chevy Camaro, the DCM Architecture and Engineering Chevy Camaro from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, it's James Benson. Starting 19th, and he's our pole sitter in USTCC, driving the number 66 BMW 325, the On-Q Racing BMW, it's Andrew Connor. Carl Ricker today is out driving the number 23 SPO Volvo P1800. He's from Bloomfield, New Jersey. Good to see Carl out with that machine. Then we've got Ted Warning. Ted is our pole sitter today in American Sedan. He starts 17th driving the number 72 Chevy Camaro. Lewis Roan will start 16th today. He's driving the number 45 Spec Corvette. He's from Croton-on-Hudson, New York. Then we've got Robert Hayshak. Robert is starting 15th today. He's your pole sitter in SPO. He's in the number 9 Factory Ford Racing Cobra. Then we've got Joseph Latanzi. He starts 14th. He's in the number 99 Spec Corvette. He's from Haven Beach, New Jersey. While Nick Leveroni is here today. Nick is driving the number 8 SMX Mazda MX-5, that's the flat-out motorsports machine. He's from Mendon, Massachusetts. Starting 12th today, and our pole sitter in SMX, driving the number 12 Encrypture Mazda Miata from South Salem, New York, it's Rafe Abdullahi. starting 11th, driving the number 10. ITE Universally Modified Performance Ford Mustang from Ashburn, Virginia. It's John Polishuk. Starting 10th, driving the number 53. Touring 3 Ford Mustang from Pennsburg, Pennsylvania, Dwight Cooney. Dominic Rizzo will start 9th today. He's driving the number 26 Spec Corvette with Anthony Pacelli, your T3 pole sitter today, and I think your sole T3 racer here today. He's driving the number 141 Anthony Pacelli Racing Super Impreza WRX. He starts 8th. Starting 7th, driving the number 69 Spec Corvette from Potomac, Maryland, it's Ron Etienne. With Christopher Graham starting 6th. He's driving the number 20 ITE BMW 328. Jeff Pask. I'm going to need your help, Brian. Jeffrey Pascala, or is it Pascal? Or
Pascal?
Is it Pascali?
He'll come up soon as we're done.
He'll send us 30 emails this year, I guarantee you. All I can tell you is from Aston, Pennsylvania. He's driving the 63 Chevy Corvette. And I saw him in qualifying. He was tearing things up in that beautiful red Corvette. He starts 5th today. Starting 4th on the grid in the number 39 Spec Corvette from Middleton, Maryland, it's Charlie Abel. And your pole sitter in Spec Corvette, he starts 3rd today. He's in the number 73 Phoenix Performance Hoosier Chevy Corvette from Malvern, Pennsylvania. It's the Malvern Missile, Brian, if you remember. It's David Sanders. Now let's move to our front row. Your pole sitter in GT2 starts 2nd overall. He's in the number 88 TA2 Camaro. It's a GT2 car, the Belmont Classic Cars Camaro. It's Andrew Mistak. And your pole sitter today with a qualifying time of 1 minute 19.803 seconds in the ITE BMW M3, the ML2 Motorsports DMSR machine, Marshall Lytle. As the field is on the front straight, starter looking over the field, Brian, and green flag is in the air. It is the start of the 2024 Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series.
Tell you what, Andrew Mistak got a great start on Marshall Lytle in that GT2 machine with Marshall's ITE machine. But I tell you what, Marshall's going to get right on that back bumper of that number. Let's see, Andrew Mistak's going to be in that 88 machine. This year. A little bit different paint scheme, so we're not used to seeing that in that black colors. But now Marshall Lytle coming out of turn 2, heading down the chute up into turn 3. He's going to be pressured by that 39. Again, not for class, but that is actually going to be Charles Abel, who got a great start on over David Sanders, Greg.
That's right. In the field now already starting to go to pretty much single file coming through turn 3. I'm really looking forward to today, Brian, and actually all weekend long to the Spec Corvette race. We have so many drivers that have come down from New Jersey, again, headed up by that beautiful yellow Corvette of David Sanders. It should be a great battle. Neat to see a couple of the SMX racers here with us this weekend as well. Of course, Nick Leveroni, who was a T4 national champion back in 2019 for Flat Out Motorsports. He and Rafe Abdullahi. Rafe has been one of the fastest Spec Miata racers on the East Coast now for the last 4 years, as our leaders now coming out of turn number 10 and should be completing our first lap here, coming across the line. There you go, Andrew Mistak, and with a 120.644, almost 2 seconds faster than the rest of the field.
Tell you what, Greg, 10 different classes racing here in this big bore group for this opening of our 2024 season. Really good. One of the cars I want to touch on real quick, Greg, Andrew Connor, sitting on the pit lane, getting ready to come out. It looks like they're going to send him. They're checking everything over in that car, but that Dodge Neon still sitting down there somewhat on the grid, trying to get everything all buckled in. So late there, he's already going to be 2 laps down by the time he gets out there.
Maybe, and I believe that's Alan Lesher in his Dodge Neon.
Is it Alan Lesher? I thought it may have been Andrew Connor, but I wasn't sure.
Let's take a look. It is one of the neons.
One of the neons, and I wasn't sure, but
it is the 07 car of Alan Lesher that is on the pit lane.
Okay.
All right, and we've already had one car retire, Brian. It looks like not even completing the first lap. We've got Ted Warning in his American sedan Chevy Camaro. He, unfortunately, takes his car back to the paddock.
I know that he was out here yesterday running a few laps in practice as well. A lot of these guys were out here as well running yesterday. Very damp track yesterday. Had rain off and on. Not something they were looking at for that. But, again, throw all that out of the way from yesterday's practice for those that were doing it. So we'll have to we'll have to see how they do here. But as we look here at our top, Andrew Mistak again still leading in that GT2 machine over Marshall Lytle. Then you got to throw David Sanders in there, and then Charlie Bell. That's for Spec Corvette, Greg. They are nose to tail now, coming out of turn 2, heading up into turn 3 in that yellow 73 and that black 39.
Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Would the driver of the black Dodge pickup truck, Pennsylvania license plates, ZGS 4170, please return to your vehicle and please move it from the fire lane. Again, owner of the black Dodge pickup truck, Pennsylvania license plates, ZGS 4170, please return to your vehicle and please move your truck from the fire lane. I've received a message that it could be towed if not moved. Also, first call to the grid for race group number 2. That's small bore, E production, F production, H production, GT Light, GT Pinto, Legends Cars, SPU, Spec Arc 7, STL, and T4. Race group 2 to the grid, please.
Let's go back and pick up this battle here in this Spec Corvette. Just now crossing the start-finish line, headed down into turn 1. You've got Charlie Abel and you've got David Sanders. Those two, again, nose to tail as they go across the start-finish line, head down into turn 1. David Sanders by about half a car length back from Charlie Abel. David Sanders gets through turn 1 really, really nice. Gets up out of turn 2. That's where Abel is able to pick up that extra car length. That puts him a car length, maybe a car length and a half now as they go up in through turn 3. When they get up on top of the hill of turn 4, we'll see how that is going to shape up, because when they come down the hill into turn 5, it does look like Charlie Abel is able to get through that section of the course just a little bit better. Other than that, the times, Greg, look almost identical. I got one of our cars, Greg, maybe putting some fluid down.
Yeah, and matter of fact, our starter stand is showing a debris flag at the moment. So we'll see how things play out here. Thankfully, that's on the front straight, although you'd have to start to wonder whether or not that fluid might be other places on the track as well.
Thought it may have been the call from the 93 machine there, but I'm not sure. That would be the Mark Schwartz machine, but don't hold me to that, but I thought that's the number that I had heard.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I'm just hearing now calls from turn 3 about the 93 machine as well. So we'll continue to monitor that. Again, this is a 15-lap sprint race. Our racers will be out for a much longer race tomorrow as well. Here, Brian, if we go and break things down quickly here by class, of course, we've got our overall leader. That is Andrew Mistak in GT2. And by the way, what's coming from the starter stand, they're saying that is water coming from that 93 machine. Andrew Mistak, our sole driver in GT2. Right now, that big Spec Corvette race, Brian, Charlie Abel in the 39 machine. Great fight going on right now. He's managed to eke ahead of David Sanders, with Ron Etzi in third, Jeff Pascal coming in fourth currently. In USTCC, it's Andrew Connor in his BMW 325, the Martin Swartz Civic, and then the Prelude of Miata. And we'll go over some of our other classes here in just a few moments.
We talked about the 07 Alan Lesher. He's now out on the race course, so he is completing some laps. Here comes our overall leader in Andrew Mistak in that GT2 machine. He's actually going to come up on that Alan Lesher, but let's drop back here at the start-finish line here. Coming by just now, there goes the 39 and the 73 of David Sanders and Charlie Abel. I'll tell you what, Greg, Sanders not going away. This could be one of those races that's going to come down not only to the last couple of turns, but really coming out of turn 10.
Yeah, indeed. So only, as we can see now, only about a car length separating those two drivers as they come out of turn 1, going through now turn 2. And this is where Sanders has been unusually strong. Once they come through turn 3 here, heading to the bottom end of the course. But as we know, being and having just about the same speed, it really, it's much more difficult to pass when you have these two evenly matched cars. So we'll check out now as they come down the hill going into turn 5, and Sanders all over the back of that black Corvette there. And we'll take a look. We know that Looks like one of our cameras has gone down. We'll take a look at that and try and get that fixed.
Looks like one of our cameramen went to lunch early.
Yes.
So we're going to have to. Looks like he's going to be fired during lunch. But
That's right.
we'll get that back up and running during lunch. We'll go find out where he went to, and maybe he's on a break.
Yeah, and so interesting here, Brian, as we see that the black Corvette now has opened up a nice little gap down in the bottom end of the course. Charlie Abel opening up about 3 car lengths on Sanders, and a much bigger gap than we had just on the previous lap. We'll see if Sanders can close that down. Ron Etzian now in the number 69 machine. He is quite a distance back. Matter of fact, he just now completes his 6th lap. Jeffrey Pascala back as well. But right now, our 2 leaders in Spec Corvette with almost 12 seconds on the rest of that class. Should mention, we talked about Ted Warning retiring early, Brian. Well, Melvin Miller, who is our other American sedan racer, I got word that he had some issues in qualifying. He did not make the grid for this race either, so no American sedan racers out there.
Well, I'm showing that Melvin Miller's completed 5 laps. So,
oh yeah, as a matter of fact, yeah, you're right.
I do know that Ted Warning did not make it. Roger Maeda did not make it, and I just saw one car going behind the wall. That may have been the 23 of the Carl Richter, but I am not sure because it made the left there before, or made the right before I could turn to get my eyes on it. But
all right, and here's a interesting call. We just have heard that Joseph Folia, driver of the number 50 Chevy Corvette, that's the C3 Corvette, he's leading 2 machines out of turn 10 right now, coming towards the start-finish line. Our starter stand, you'll notice that they're actually waving a furled black flag at him. He has exceeded the 103 decibel sound limit here at Summit Point multiple times, and they want to let him know that is an issue.
Well, he is definitely, he's got some other type of issue, Greg.
And he's just
because
pulled
he
off.
just pulled off in turn 1 there. Outside of our camera view, you would have seen him on the camera make the left-hand turn down. When I look through the binoculars, he is almost to where the skid pad is down here at Summit Point.
So he may have had a brake failure as well. Yeah, he's gone all the way up to the skid pad out of our camera view. He's actually just to the right of our camera now.
But he is all the way back almost past the tire barrier. So, again, I would assume that the standing yellow there at turn 1 may stay for about a lap or 2, and then they'll drop it because he is pretty far back through that. But, you know, we talked about that Spec Corvette race, Greg. They're just now going to be getting ready to come out of turn 10 here momentarily. And where it was a tight battle, you know, right up front there at the beginning of this, Abel's able to open that up by about 7-8 car lengths now, really make it about a 1.5 second difference between the two there. So again, Charlie Abel, that car getting faster. Sanders could be trying to cool the tires down, cool the brakes down to make one last run with 7 laps to go.
Yeah, indeed. And David Sanders, of course, Spec Corvette is not a Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series class, so there was no MARRS champion for that class last year. But David Sanders, I think in the 4 or 5 times we saw him race last season, Brian, between Summit Point Raceway, New Jersey Motorsports Park, where we also call the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series races, also down at Virginia International Raceway, I think he pretty much ran the table last season.
Right.
Again, they called him the Melbourne Missile.
Well, he's got time then. If he's the Melbourne Missile, he's got a couple laps. He's got some time.
That's right. All right, if we take a look, and this is a neat car to see, Brian, coming across the start-finish line, that second car in line, that white machine with the big wing on the back, that is a Chevy Monza, late 70s General Motors compact. I raced against a Monza in ITA years ago. But much like watching a C3 Corvette out here in race, that thing is a pretty neat machine. And that car right now running second in SPO. And I think you were right. We saw the 23 of Carl Ricker, who was running third in SPO, take his car back behind the wall. That's another neat machine there. A Volvo P1800 coupe. And very, very neat machine there, and Rickard, again, it's kind of unfortunate that he's pulled that car off, but a 1965 tube-framed turbocharged Volvo. Hopefully he'll get that thing back up and running tomorrow.
I'll tell you what, Greg, one of the things I'm noticing here this year in this big bore class, which I'm really, really excited to see, is a lot of the 3 rookie stripes.
Yes.
We've got a lot of rookies out there. It looks like we've got one car coming up out of turn number 9, headed up the hill. Don't know if he's going to make it back to pit road, as you just put the you put the thing on the Benson machine, Greg, because he just pulled down pit road. So that Monza,
there we go.
Say, I haven't seen a Monza since high school.
Well, now he's going to pull awfully close to us.
So, but there was one car, and that may have been him that came through.
Well, no,
through there, but there is another car coming up there.
It's a silver Corvette.
Yeah.
And going to try and get the number on that. I believe it is the 69 of Etienne, who was running third in spec Corvette. That just brought his car in.
Went straight to the black flag station, so we'll have to see. But like I said, like I talked about, that standing yellow that was down in turn 1 there, that now has been removed. But, you know.
Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 2. That's small bore, E production, F production, H production, GT Light, GT Pinto. Legends cars, SPU, Spec Arc 7, STL, NT4. Race group number 2, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Tell you what, Greg, one race we have not talked about here, and that is with Rafi Abdullah and Nick Leveroni.
Yes.
They are in some heavy traffic now coming out of turn 1 and turn 2. They are nose to tail with I believe that is with Nick ahead of Rafi by about, I wouldn't even give it a half a car length now. As they come out of turn 2 and head up into turn 3, you can see them there getting through past our STU machine, our only STU machine of Alan Lesher. And I tell you what, going through the traffic was just a sight to watch them coming out of turn 10 down the front stretch.
Yeah, and so both of them, of course, Leveroni is the owner of Flat Out Motorsports. Raif Abdulali in another Flat Out Motorsports machines. I saw them a couple weeks ago racing at Virginia International Raceway, and I think Abdulali still trying to come to grips with this new chassis. He's been running the Spec Miata for a number of years, but yeah, we just saw them follow the neon out of 2 going into 3, and then just like the ocean split as they came around, and here they come up the hill. By the way, made a mistake, Brian. It was not Ron Etienne, who is currently now running 4th in Spec Corvette that brought his car down the pit lane. It was Joseph Latanzi out of Haven Beach, New Jersey, the 99 car that retired early.
Tell you what, as they come out of turn 10, and we talked about that, you had the 57 machine there of, let's see, who's a 57? I just had it here a second ago. I'm throwing Dwight Cooney. They came out of turn 10 with those SMX cars with Rafi and with Nick. And all of a sudden, you could just see the difference in the power with that Cooney machine. Was able to get back in front of them, but coming out of turn 10, almost held them up a little bit.
Yeah.
Until he was able to get that power plant down.
Well, you know, it's one of those interesting stories here that we've got the SMX cars running in this group with our more cars that have maybe just a bit more torque out of some of the corners.
Yeah.
They're making power much differently than almost every other car that is in this group, with the exception of maybe, I was going to say maybe the Neon of Lesher. But we have them in this group primarily because those SMX cars can run in a couple different classes.
Sure.
And we want to give the drivers as much opportunity and track time as they can get as they're coming underneath. I believe one of our Mustangs right now going through turn 6. And when we talk about making power in different ways, Brian, they just got around John Polishuk's number 10 ITE Ford Mustang going through turn 6B, or what's sometimes called turn 7 here at Summit, and they just snuck underneath that yellow Mustang because, well, they could.
Because they can.
Yes.
Yeah, I again, with these larger cars out here, as it looks like here comes our overall leader of Andrew Mistag. We haven't talked much about Andrew Again, other than different colors on that car actually looks really good. That actually looks like a TA2 machine right now for that GT2. But the temperatures out here right now are pretty good for these, right? They're making great horsepower. It's not real hot. It is a little windy, but it's sunny. The track has a lot of grip. Times are not as probably as fast as they would like them to be.
Right.
But there is grip out here. And again, I got to tell you, in the last 2 years, Greg, this is the largest field we've seen in this group. So there's a lot of traffic that drivers are having to get through, which does throw a little bit of a monkey wrench into some of these.
All right, so next time Andrew Mistack crosses the start-finish line, he will see the one-to-go board here at Summit Point Raceway. Again, 15-lap sprint races all day long. We're going to have 2 races, this one and one more, before we take a break for lunch. We want to make sure that you stay with us, and if you like what you see, remember, go ahead and give us that big thumbs up. And if you haven't already subscribed, I saw somebody in the chat, Brian, they said they didn't know that we had been streaming races here from Summit Point, but I'll tell you, we've been doing it now for
late 22 is when we started.
This is season number 3. If you like what you see, go ahead and subscribe to the channel. That way you'll know every time that we go live.
Got one car here, driver's left, that was out of turn 3, very, very slow through there, and that is the 93 machine, Martin's work.
The Honda Civic, yeah.
Yeah, keep an eye on that, see whether or not he's going to get back. It was very, very slow through there. Andrew Mistack working his final lap here, I do believe. I did see him go by, so he is working lap number 15 here. We'll pick him up here momentarily. He should be right now probably on the backside of this course going through there, but again, completing that last lap. We talked about Spec Corvette. We talked about David Sanders. We talked about Charlie Abel. That gap has completely opened. The SMX battle that we talked about, that opened up too. I think there was some cars that they were putting laps down or laps behind. Here comes Nick Leveroni now, and then your overall leader, Andrew Mistack. So Leveroni looks like he's going to get one more lap through there. And
I think the big surprise, Brian, is we had been watching Rafe Abdullahi and Leveroni, that they were locked nose to tail for a good portion of this 15-lap race, and with 1 lap remaining, there is now almost 6 seconds separating them. I didn't hear a call come in as to why that might be the case, and I'm also hearing now that checkered flag is out on the session.
Yeah.
So as you mentioned, Mistack taking the overall win in his GT2, the TA2 Camaro. That is the Belmont Classic Cars machine, and finishing second overall is going to be Marshall Lytle. And so Abdullahi not getting a final lap, whereas Leveroni, who wraps up the win in SMX, he's got 1 more lap to go. Marshall Lytle, our ITE winner, finishes second overall, about 5 seconds back from Mistack. So let's go, and we'll start running things down here. Brian, again, we've got a number of drivers, though, still on their last flying laps. We'll take a look at the classes that we know are pretty much wrapped up. In U.S. Touring Car Championship, Andrew Connor in his BMW, the Glen Mills, Pennsylvania driver, takes the win. Martin Swark in that number 93 Honda Civic, he finishes a lap down in second. And I think we mentioned Roger Maeda in his Honda Prelude. He didn't post. He didn't make it out for today's race. In Touring 3, Anthony Pacelli will take the win in his Subaru Impreza. The Mowertown, Virginia driver finishes a lap up on Dwight Cooney in the number 57 Ford Mustang. In GT1, James Benson in his Chevy Camaro. He's the sole GT1 racer still up and running here at the end of the race, Joseph Folia. And we've got our emergency services teams now. You can see him going down to turn 1 to go check on the Chevy Corvette driver. Hopefully he's found some brakes by this point, or he might be over in Martin Burke's backyard. He finishes second. In SMX, we mentioned Leveroni and Abdullahi, 1 and 2. In ITE, we talked about Marshall Lytle taking the win. Christopher Graham and his BMW will finish second. John Polishuk will finish third in the number 10 Mustang. In SPO, it's Hayshak taking the win in his Factory 5 Cobra. Robert Benson in the Monza, only completing 8 laps, finishing second. Carl Ricker finishing in third. Alan Lesher, he of course came out a few laps late. He will finish as your sole racer in STU. And then finally in Spec Corvette, Charlie Abel takes the win over David Sanders. Jeffrey Pascalov will finish in third. Ron Etzi in fourth, just off the podium. All right, Brian, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 2, small bore, E production, F production, H production, GT Light, GT Pinto, Legends cars. Good to see some Legends cars back here this weekend, Brian. SPU, Spec RX-7, STL, and Touring 4, race group 2. This is your final call to the grid. All right, let's do this, Brian. Let's take a quick little break here. We're going to thank some of our partners and sponsors, like our title sponsor this weekend, OG Racing.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com. OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
And welcome back, everybody, to Summit Point Raceway and the 2024 Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. This is the April MARRS presented by OG Racing. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati, and of course we've got Spencer Gaynor here with us as well. And as we have our pace car bringing our second and final race before lunch onto the track, this is a very special moment for many of us here at Summit Point, and you can see the folks on the starter bridge right now. Today we honor the life and memory of the mayor of Summit Point, Donnie Owens, who passed away Christmas Eve at the age of 85. And in the time-honored tradition of racers, our racers will drive the first of two pace laps today in what is known as a missing man formation, as our pole sitter today, Daniel Strauss, will leave his spot open for the man that all who entered Summit Point's gates for so many years knew and reserved. Born July 10th, 1938 in Washington, D.C., Donnie grew up in nearby Cabletown, West Virginia. And graduating from Charlestown High School in 1958, Donnie joined the Army and was stationed in Heidelberg, Germany, where he played the snare drum in the U.S. Army Band. Returning from service just 4 years later in 1962, he and his family moved to Summit Point, where his father, Grady Owens, was the postmaster. Now, Donnie lived in the very same house from 1962 until his passing, again, just very late in 2023. And that same year that Donnie moved to Summit Point, he began working at the Spirit of Jefferson newspaper, where he also worked until his passing. But it was in 1968 that our joint story begins. And it was in that year that Donnie saw construction at one of the farms just down the road from his home. That construction site was Summit Point Raceway. And as original owner of the track, Pat Goodman, brought the facility online, Donnie was hired to be a corner worker here at Summit Point. Soon after, Donnie inquired about working the gate, handling admission to the track. And although he was rebuffed initially by Mr. Goodman, one day the regular employee who was scheduled to work at the gate didn't show up. And the rest, as they say, is history, as Donnie started his multi-decade tenure greeting all who entered the hallowed gates here at Summit Point. And while many here, I'm sure, have their favorite stories of Donnie over the years, and I urge you, please, to share them with your friends this weekend, here is Donnie's most memorable story, his own story, and it involves SCCA national champion, Old Blue Eyes himself, Paul Newman. Donnie said that one weekend, Paul needed to use the phone, and I told him that my house, it was just down the road, go on down, knock on the phone, knock on the door, use the phone, my mom's there. And so, Donnie's mother, Beulah, was home, and when Newman came knocking, to say that she was amazed and maybe a little surprised was a bit of an understatement. Donnie said it was summer and really hot. He had shorts on and he was sweating, and he left a sweat stain on the bench. And apparently Beulah, his mom, never cleaned that bench ever again. So much like that bench, our memories of Donnie, they can never be forgotten either. And as you drive through the Donnie Owens Motorsports Gate here at Summit Point on your way out tonight, and when you arrive back at the track tomorrow morning, consider how the mayor has left an indelible mark on all of us.
It's a great tribute, Greg. I tell you what, one of the things that if you're anybody who's come in through these gates in all the years that we've been here, there has been nobody. It didn't matter whether it was raining, snowing, sleeting. It was 100 degrees or 40 degrees. That man always had a smile on his face when he greeted you when you came through the gate. I tell you what, that is the one thing that I will always miss coming back through here.
Yeah, and we see here now as, again, Dan Strauss, our pole sitter, dropped back to row number 2. We've got the field coming out of turn 10. And Brian, it's a little hard to see with our camera, but we have on both sides of the track, I'd say probably about 40 volunteers and spectators lining the track, showing and honoring Donnie Owen. And so our second pace lap now begins. Dan Strauss is going to move up to his rightful spot on the pole here, and let's run down the starting order for today's small bore race. We had 35 drivers set qualifying times. Let's take a look. Starting 35th, driving the number 12, Spec RX-7 from Waterford, Virginia, Rick Ricker. Jennifer Romes is going to start 34th. She's in the number 186, touring for Scion FRS, with Nigel Winter starting 33rd. Nigel's our sole racer today in GT Light, driving his Austin Healey Midget. I'd call it an Austin Healey Sprite. He's out of Moorestown, New Jersey. Keith Shugarts is out of York, Pennsylvania. He's driving the number 85 Spec RX-7. Then we've got Kathleen Leidick. She's starting 31st today. She's driving the number 64 E-Production ESM Racing Alfa Romeo Spider. Carolyn Bayer-Broering starting 30th. She's driving the number 90 H-Production Blue Crab Racing Volkswagen Rabbit GTI. Stephen Hyatt starting 29th today. He is driving the number 31 F-Production Dodge Neon ACR. He's out of Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, with Alex Cumming, our Spec Racer 4, or probably our Spec RX-7 pole sitter, driving the number 24 machine. He's out of Bristow, Virginia, in the Courage Motorsport entry. He starts 28th. Starting 27th in the number 06 STL Mazda Miata, we've got Thomas Hunt with Brian Yoon starting 26th. He's in the 122 STL Mazda Miata. Then we've got Martin Burke. Martin is driving the number 52 H Production Honda CRX. He's from literally right outside the gate here at turn 1. Court Wilson starts 24th. He's in the number 38 STL Mazda Miata. Valerie Hune is in the number 123 STL Mazda MX-5 with Troy McBain in his H Production, the number 72 Honda Fit, the universally modified performance machine. Starting 21st in the 08 STL Mazda Miata, Miranda Price. Jeffrey Norris will start 20th. He's in the number 77 E-Production Honda Prelude. John Jenkins starts 19th. John is in the number 195 STL Mazda Miata, with Caleb Crandall starting 18th in the number 29 STL Mazda Miata. Then we got Drew Erie in his GT Pinto. He starts 17th, starting 16th in the number 111 STL Mazda. It's Kurt Laumeister. John Cavill will start 15th, with Michael McQueen starting 14th in his H Production Midget. Then we got Bruce Shelton starting 13th in his GT Pinto. Robert Cahall will start 12th. Mark Liller will start 11th in the 127 Mazda, and Robert Connor will start 10th, and we'll give you the top 9 here in just a moment, as we've got a green flag in the air, Brian.
I tell you what, Brent Simonson did not go in the 4 of Thomas Beverly, Greg. He had to make a daring move right to the driver's right to get around. I'm not sure what happened with Brent Simonson, but he did not even get on the gas. Whether or not he saw the green or not, I don't know, because he was on the front row as Daniel Strauss now. He was your pole sitter. He's in that SPU. Good to see Daniel back out here in that baby grand. And, Greg, he is done long gone from Thomas Beverly.
That's right. And, well, so as they're going down through the back half of the course here, Brian, real quick, starting 9th, Brian Downey in his H Production Nissan or Datsun 510. Michael Apatoff in the STL Mazda Miata starting 8th. Jeremy Butts in the Touring 4, number 69 Mazda Miata, starting 7th, with Thomas Paolino starting 6th. He's in the number 34 STL Mazda Miata. Deacon Greenfield in the STL Honda CRX, starting 5th, with Tom Beverly, as you mentioned, in the STL Honda Civic, starting 4th, with Ted Cahall in the STL 182 Mazda Miata, your pole sitter in the class, starting 3rd. And then your front row, Brent Simonson, is Touring 4 Mazda RX-8. We'll call it the Torkless Wonder, which I think we just saw. He was starting on the outside of the front row, and then Dan Strauss. Actually, he started on the inside of the front row, because Dan Strauss took the outside position, starting in the number 30 Chevy Monte Carlo SPU Baby Grand.
Yeah, Simonson just did not go. I'm not sure if he was, missed a shift or what have you, but that vehicle just did not take off. It's good to see the legend car. We talked about that, Greg. Bob Connor now, he's going to go back side by side with Mark Liller there. He's going to have to tuck back in, because I can tell you right now, that move's not going to work as they head down into turn 1, because Mark's going to be able to get a little deeper in than Bob Connor in that legend car, in that black cherry legend car that he specifically made sure that I mentioned
That's right. And for whatever reason, I thought it was blue, but obviously not.
You're
blue.
colorblind,
That's
so
right.
you need new glasses.
I wasn't until this weekend, apparently.
We've been talking about you need new glasses for a year and a half now, and our subscribers haven't chipped in yet. We're trying to figure
that's
that
right.
out.
We talked about that at the majors. So I'll tell you what, if we reach 1,000 subscribers, I think from YouTube I will get a little payment there that I can buy new glasses. So go ahead, give us a thumbs up, and if you haven't subscribed already, definitely go ahead and do that. As the field coming down the hill into turn 5, big brake lock up there from Drew Erie in that white GT Pinto, the white with black striped machine here, as he is trying to work his way back up a little bit closer to our GT Pinto leader, Bruce Shelton.
I tell you what, though, Greg, last time by you talked about Bruce Shelton. He had a really hard time getting through turn 3. That Pinto got all out of shape and sideways there, and so that is going to allow Drew Erie to catch up just a little bit. We'll have to see. There's a couple cars in between, between Shelton and Erie, but now it looks like Shelton's able to pull away just a little bit. And just as I say that, Drew Erie almost loses the front end there. Coming out of turn 10, the nose seemed to wiggle just to the left more than you really want on those Pintos.
That's right, and he's the first car now in this line coming across the start-finish line to start his third lap. And Brian, I think the wiggle was actually from the zip ties holding the nose on. I'm fairly certain that every body panel on a GT Pinto is held on by zip ties, but the way that those cars still run after all these years out of, I think, what were originally GT3 machines, and we've had a huge GT Pinto contingent here, I'd say probably for a good 25 years.
Well, I tell you what, between Drew Erie and Kurt Laumeister, they went side by side going in through turns 1 and turns 2 there, Greg. Laumeister, again, had the run coming out of 10 down the front stretch, was able to close up on Erie, but then Erie was able to get back around. So Laumeister taking the unorthodox line here, probably had to really pedal that car, that Miata, and that just held him up just ever so slightly, and that allowed Drew Erie to get back into that 16th overall position.
You know, Brian, I'm looking at the YouTube chat, and there's so many people that are sharing stories right now about Donnie Owens. We've got Meathead Mike Collins, Chip Herr, and a bunch of other folks that have been here for over the years that have, caught Donnie in the twilight of his career here at Summit Point Raceway, but such neat stories to see coming in. If we take a look at STL now, that great jump that Tom Beverly got in that green Honda Civic, the STL machine, has really served him well, Brian, as he's opened up now almost a 2-second advantage over Ted Cahall. Brent Simonson, who was our second fastest racer in this entire group, now finds himself back 4th overall. He is still your Touring 4 leader for the moment, holding off Jeremy Butts in the 69 Mazda by about 3 seconds at the moment here.
Tell you what, Greg, you talked about Nigel in that 53, in that Austin Healey midget there. He had a really hard time getting up through turn 3, almost held up the entire field right there going by last time. So he's obviously got some problems with that Austin Healey right now. He's just now getting ready to come down into turn 5, go through there. And there was a lot of cars that had to maneuver around him in order to keep up their momentum without to lose any of it. We talk about Daniel Strauss now in that SPU machine. He has now opened up the gap over Thomas Beverly, which normally doesn't happen here, Greg.
No.
Normally Thomas Beverly is right up there in that STL, in that Honda Civic. Daniel Strauss making his way up out of turn 2 now, getting ready to head up into turn 3. He's got that little baby Grand Monte Carlo. He's got that thing working today.
Yes, he does. Good to see that machine out. And, between that, hopefully we'll see a couple more baby Grand machines show up here. Making a move down to the inside, Brian, working his way past a number of the machines. The 77 Honda Prelude. Now, that is Jeffrey Norris, who walked right past a couple of the STL machines, Miranda Price, Caleb Crandall, Valerie Hune, coming out of turn 10, the 77 machine there out of Felton, Pennsylvania. He now moves up to 17th overall, and he is currently running, I believe, in that class. Let's see here. The E-Production car, I believe he's running second in E-Production at the time. Actually, no, I take that back.
He would be the leader.
Leading E-Production right now over Kathy Leidick's Alfa Romeo that is just now coming across the line to start her 5th flying lap.
Well, I told you that Austin Healy at 53, again, really, really slow going through the start-finish line this time by. He is really struggling to get down the front stretch. Going to move back over into the driver's line, but I'm seeing a little bit of smoke out there, Greg, so he may have some type of gearing issue or a transmission problem, not able to get that car in and out of gear as much as he would like to, on a normal cadence for a normal lap. Because he is definitely driver's right coming out of turn 2, and a lot of traffic going to come up on him momentarily. They're going to have to work their way around it. As we go back to our STL battle, you've got 32 of Deacon, or 132 or 32 of Deacon Greenfield with getting around Jeremy Butts in that 69. Again, another top competitor in our STL machine. Struggled a little bit right out of the gate this year, Greg, and that's the 69 there, Jeremy Butts. Actually, that's a T4 machine.
Yes, I was going to say it's a T4 car. But we saw him at the majors here this actually not here, but I saw him at the Super Tour a couple weeks ago at Virginia International Raceway, and seemed to be a little bit off of his game at a track that he knows very well. So might be dealing with a bit of a soft motor at the moment with that car. We'll talk to Jeremy tonight and get the 411.
Always good to talk to Jeremy. Daniel Strauss now goes down into turn 1. Again, your overall leader, Greg. I tell you what, with this group here, there's 9 different classes in this small bore, so you're going to come up in some lap traffic here as the race goes on throughout this 15-lap sprint race. Still 9 laps left to go here.
What part of the race? And Brian, we've got a huge STL contingent today. Looks like Brian Hune did not make the race, but that leaves us 14 drivers in Super Touring Light. And I want to hone in a little bit further back in the pack with a couple of the Mazda Miatas. We're going to try and pick them out here as they come out of turn 10 in just a moment. Kurt Laumeister, Miranda Price, Caleb Crandall. Laumeister in the 111 machine. And let's take a look here. We've got actually, I think, Miranda Price and Caleb Crandall. Laumeister's moved a little bit ahead, but they're coming. All 3 of them are coming down into turn 1 now, and they're going to be right behind the Pinto of Drew Erie.
They're actually going to be they're actually ahead of Drew Erie. You know what?
Yes.
I'll tell you what. Let's take a look at this. Let's talk about this GTP battle and this Pinto battle, because you had Bruce Shelton leading, but now you've got Drew Erie right on the back bumper of that Pinto as they come out of 2 and up into turn 3. You're going to see them when our cameras here cut it down the hill down into turn 5. They're going to be nose to tail. So, again, I talked about earlier, Bruce Shelton probably having some handling problems. That's allowed Drew Erie is now they come down the chute there out of turn 4, and Bruce opens up a little bit. I think that's just a little bit of horsepower. But as Drew is starting to get a little bit more, a draft going through there. We did have the 32 of Deacon Greenfield go 2 off coming out of turn 10 last time by, Greg. So he has slowed tremendously, which has allowed Michael Adapov to go by him on the racetrack.
Yeah, and Greenfield's had a lot of upgrades to that, his CRX here. Oh, Brian, we've got a car that's gone off coming out of turn number 10.
That is the 77 machine. That is the 77 machine, Greg.
Yeah, that was your E-Production leader, Jeffrey Norris, in his E-Production Honda Prelude. He came out of turn 10, dropped the wheel, driver's left, came across the track, ended up impacting the tire wall. Not very hard, though. And he's now backing the car away, and it looks like he's going to try and get the car back out on track. I'm sure the race is likely going to be over for him as there's a local caution at turn 10. He wisely pulls offline, driver's right.
He is going to try to continue there.
Yeah,
go as far as he can.
Yeah, let's see. He
may have a right front a little bit. It looks like he doesn't look like very much damage. I don't think he hit anything, so I think at this point he's trying to get his bearings. But we talked about that 53, Austin Healy, again, in a lot of traffic coming out of turn 3.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, he goes past, and we can see him now coming down into turn 1, Brian, as he is staying offline driver's right. He didn't take either of the two crossover roads after start finish, but given the pace he's still running, I think he was trying to figure out how much damage there is at the front of the car. Given his current speed, I'm sure that machine will be coming back to the pit lane.
Yeah, and you get a bunch here, and you've got a couple cars. You've got Mark Liller now going driver's left to make the pass on the 31 machine of Stephen Hyatt. Tell you what, the 77 there kind of collected that whole entire group as they went up into turn 3. And if you look here, as Spencer's going to switch over to turn 5, you'll see him coming down definitely well off the pace. And you'll see where Mark Liller was able to get by that entire group there.
That's right.
And so make that pass.
And so Mark driving the Touring 4 Mazda MX-5 that his father has been, Jeff has been racing for the past number of years. Of course, Mark Liller this year was leading STU until I believe 2 laps remained in the national championship at Virginia International Raceway. Had a coming together with another driver. My understanding is that Dodge Neon SRT has been sold, and we have Mark now racing that 127 Mazda MX-5 in Touring 4.
Yeah. Tell you what, Greg, one of the cars I'm looking at now just crossed the start-finish line, headed down into turn 1. I believe that is going to be the 178. That may be Robert Cahall. A lot of smoke out of the back of that car headed down into turn 1. We'll take a look at it as they come out of turn 2. He's got Brent Simonson right behind him, but a lot of smoke in the center of that car. That is actually the 182, so that is actually going to be the brother there. That is actually going to be Ted Cahall.
Ted Cahall.
Going down into turn 1. So not sure if there's something underneath that is causing a little bit of that, or they are having a little bit of an oil or some type of leak of something, because there was a lot more smoke than you'd normally see out of a Miata after a while.
And Ted right now, he is running second in STL, Brian, but his pace now is actually not that far off of what Tom Beverly in the class-leading Honda Civic is running, but he has fallen almost 10 seconds back from Beverly, and he's got some impetus to keep the car on the track for the time being if he is starting to have some problems with it, because he's got almost a 20-second advantage over Thomas Paulino, who's running in third. So here's something interesting, Brian. The E-Production prelude of Norris, he did come down the pit lane, had his crew take a look at the car, and there he is rejoining just as we've got a lot of traffic at full speed coming down the front straight. But Norris now, who is 41 seconds back from Kathy Leidick with 5 laps remaining, I think he's going to try to retake the lead here, or try to get up to Kathy Leidick as he was back online going into turn 1.
Yeah, it doesn't look like that car is fully up to speed, Greg, either, because when he pulled out, he was waved on a lot, ahead of the traffic that came. He just couldn't get going. So that car, I think, is just trying to finish this race.
Right.
Very, very off pace going up in through turn 3 that time. So still not 100% right there. Our overall leader, Daniel Strauss, now he's coming out of turn 10. He is now going to cross the start-finish line here momentarily. That will end up leaving with just 4 laps left to go. Pretty good battle here on the racetrack. And again, it is for position in STL between Miranda Price and Caleb Crandall. Well, you know what? Let's throw in that GTP Pinto of Bruce Shelton.
Bruce Shelton's there too.
So Bruce is saying, hey, Drew's getting close to me, guys. I need some drafting help here. You guys just go do it, and we'll continue to just run with you guys. But Caleb Crandall pushing Miranda Rice basically all the way down the front stretch there, out of turn 10, and now the Pinto Bruce Shelton's going to get in between them. So looks like Miranda's going to lose her pushing partner right there, but Caleb's going to jump right on that back bumper of Bruce Shelton.
Yeah, I was going to say she loses the pushing partner for now, but she also managed to open up about a car like. The question is whether Caleb Crandall's going to be able to use the back of that Pinto to pull back up the Price as they come down the hill here, and there is a lot of traffic here. Let's take a look. As Shelton, he manages to get past, looks like they get past both of the Miatas, and then Kathy Leidick, who is our new E-Production leader, is right in there as well.
Yeah, pretty much of a calamity traffic trying to get through there.
That's right. And again, this is going to be remember everybody, this is going to be our last race before we take a quick break for lunch, about an hour break from lunch. We will have 6 more races this afternoon. We'll give you a start time here as soon as we get some information from race control. We should probably know that as soon as this race ends. But we have 3 laps remaining. It'll be 2 laps when our leader, Dan Strauss, crosses the start-finish line the next time around. And he's now coming out of turn, he should be coming out of turn 3 now. So he's got about 2.5 laps remaining.
Yeah, you'll hear him. He is pretty loud for that little baby Grand, but that is quite a car. If you haven't seen that car, if you're here and you're on the other side listening to us, come over here and take a look at that baby Grand up close, because he has done a ton regarding aero for that thing. He does have the track record here, I do believe, in the Baby Grand, and he worked hard with that.
Yeah, I believe the Baby Grand, the track record is at a 120 and change. He's currently running about 3.5. But given, Brian, we were talking about this morning, it's his first time back behind the wheel and here at Summit Point in 4 years.
Well, he ran 2 years ago, had a problem, tried to come out and run last year, ran the Friday practice to get it all dialed in, didn't get through that day before he had another problem. There he goes across the start-finish line now, so he'll have 2 to go. So he's had some major problems, but again, he's been tweaking on that thing. Dan is a perfectionist when it comes to this stuff. Right. He has dealt with everything he can regarding with aero and that. He wants to make that thing go fast. Right now, I think, again, 3.5 seconds off what he'd probably really like to run, Dan. Yeah. He's just wanting to make it through the weekend. He doesn't care about the times right now. He knows that is a fast car. He knows for this class and that SPU machine, that is pretty good.
It's about getting back on the horse, basically.
Well, what I'd really like to have seen is Mark Liller and Dan in those cars running together out here. In that SPU class. I think that would be a fantastic battle to watch.
All right, so again, Dan Strauss, your leader. Let's take a look here as Kathy Leidick leads E-Production as time is wandering down in STL. It's Tom Beverly with Ted Cahall, Thomas Paulino, who just ran his fastest lap of the race in his Mazda Miata, currently running in 3rd. And Brian, I think we mentioned before that Deacon Greenfield was having some mechanical issues. I didn't see him pull in, but I am showing him now as being 5 laps down. So it looks like that 32 CRX having some issues.
He may have pulled off somewhere, Greg.
Yeah.
Tell you what I want to do here. Let's go back a little bit further. We'll try to find out where they are because they just went through turn 3. Let's take a look at that T4 battle between Brent Simonson and Jeremy Butts.
Okay.
Jeremy Butts last time by was only 0.3 of a second, and I think they're just now coming through turn 6.
Yeah, we just
heading up through there. We'll pick them up again. I think they're side by side coming through there. So we'll have to look through turn 8, and there they go.
Yeah, here they come just ahead of Erie's pit, though. And it looks like Butts has gotten around a gentleman who started on the outside of the front row, Brent Simonson. So Butts is your new T4 leader as they come out of turn number 10. And we are now working our last lap as Dan Strauss did cross the start-finish line. So in this battle for the lead in T4, 1 lap remains, and Jeremy Butts, just when he needed it, took the lead.
Well, I tell you what, let's not give it up too quick because now Brent Simonson goes driver's right to pass him. It looks like Jeremy's going to try to do the over-under. That is a gentleman that's got a lot of laps here in this racetrack, both in SM and in T4 here. So running T4 pretty much the bulk of the races the last couple years here in that Miata. But Simonson now back in front of him as they come out of turn 2. We'll see down as they get down to the bottom of the hill in turn 5 whether or not Simonson's going to be able to hold him off.
All right, and Dan Strauss crosses the start-finish line, takes the overall win, takes the win in SPU as our T4 leaders now come into turn 5, and Simonson has now opened up about a 2.5 car length lead, but then we've got Jeremy Butts. He closes things right back down as they go into turn 6A and 6B. And this is where these cars, they need to continue feeding in throttle here as they come up the hill. Once we get the finish here, Brian, we're going to jump back to that GT Pinto race because it looks like that's tightened up on the last lap as well.
No, Pinto's way. Here comes Bruce Shelton now. He's going to pick that up. But here comes the T4 battle, Greg, that you talked about. It just now coming out of turn 10, and it looks like Brent Simonson's going to take it. So, we talked about the drafting. Well, I think that Bruce Shelton used that drafting, because here comes your second place in GT Pinto,
There you go.
and that's going to be Drew Erie.
And that's going to be Drew Erie. So taking the win then in Touring 4, that is going to be Brent Simonson. He takes the win over Jeremy Butts. Mark Lillard just crosses the line. He'll finish third. Jennifer Romes will finish fourth in class. Let's go. We're going to give you the top, but we'll give you the top 10 and then break things down by class. Dan Strauss in SPU finishes first. Tom Beverly second in his STL Honda Civic. Ted Cahall in the STL Mazda Miata finishes third. Brent Simonson, our winner in T4 in his Mazda RX-8, finishes fourth. Jeremy Butts in T4 finishes in fifth. Mark Lillard will finish sixth in his Touring 4 Mazda. Thomas Paulino in his STL Mazda Miata will finish seventh. Michael Apatow will finish eighth in his STL Mazda Miata. Then Ted Cahall in his STL, say it with me, Mazda Miata will finish ninth. Bob Connor in what's the name of the car again?
That is Black Cherry.
Black Cherry, the number 9
finished.
the number 9 Ford. He did. He finished ninth overall. John Jenkins finishes Connor finishes 10th in the number 9 car. All right, we break it down here by class. Kathy Leidig, she holds on for the win in E-Production over Jeffrey Norris. In Spec RX-7, Alex Cumming takes the win over Keith Shugarts. Rick Ricker finishes in third. In H Production, Mike McQueen takes the win over Troy McBain. Good to see Troy get in a podium position in a car that got hurt very badly at the driver's school this spring. They got that back together. Martin Burke, in his return to the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, finishes in third. Carolyn Bayer-Boring just off the podium in fourth. Stephen Hyatt takes the win over Jim Karamanis. Jim's Mercury Bobcat finishes second in class, but only completes 5 laps.
Drove a Mercury Bobcat in high school.
And then Jim has been driving that car for quite some time. In GT Pintos, we mentioned Bruce Shelton takes the win over Drew Erie. In Touring 4, Simonson, then Butts, then Liller, with Romes finishing fourth. And Nigel Winter in the 53 Austin Healey Sprite only completes 5 laps. And then I believe, did we talk about STL? Tom Beverly taking the win in his Civic. Ted Cahall second. Thomas Paulino finishing in third. All right, we haven't received a final word yet on the start of our next race. It's going to be, given the time, probably right around 1:20 p.m. Eastern time from now, or about an hour from now. We'll update the time on the screen when we get closer, but we are going to take a quick break for an hour-long break for lunch, maybe not so quick. And I want to thank you all for joining us here this morning. Before we go to break, I want to thank one of our longtime partners of the Washington, D.C. region, of the SCCA and the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, and that is Radial Tire Company.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and cars. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. the DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America, Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The the DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
And welcome back from lunch, everybody. Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway for the April MARRS presented by OG Racing. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati. And Brian, is your little tummy full?
I feel quite nice right now. I'm not eating a whole lot anymore these days, so I had just a little bit.
I'm eating for 2.
That's a whole other conversation.
That's another conversation, exactly. But yeah, I want to thank the great folks over at Shea Summit for feeding us and feeding us well here today. We are getting ready to go racing once again here at Summit Point. We've got 6 more races this afternoon, and we are going to be starting the afternoon off. Going to be starting it strong with our open wheel and prototype racers, which, as I take a look here, Brian, I believe, we do have one prototype racer, but I think we've got a number of Club Fords that are going to be out racing with us here today. But I always look forward to this run group. I'd like to say it's always an interesting race here, but saw a lot of good efforts put in during qualifying. So we'll see how things play out. We've got 8 cars that set qualifying times this morning, Brian, but as I look up and down the grid, I think we may have picked up a few stragglers here. I think I see a few more than 8. A good number of Club Fords out there. Why don't we run down the starting order?
Sure. Starting right now in the 8th position. Again, we may have had a few more that have decided to wake up from their morning sleep and come join us for the afternoon. But starting in 8th in the Formula V, our only Formula V right now, is going to be the 113, and that's from Windsor, Pennsylvania. That's Kevin Higgins. Starting in 7th in Club Ford from the number 41 from Williamsburg, Virginia, that's Bill Mazie. Starting in the 6th position, another Club Ford with a 22 from Henrico, Virginia, Mark Waltew. Starting in the 5th position in the P2 machine from Shavertown, Pennsylvania, that's the 5 of Michael Company. Starting in the 4th position, another Shavertown, Pennsylvania, and I would assume this is a relative.
It's another company.
It's the C squared. It's the 33 in that Formula Continental. That's Kenneth Company. Starting in the 3rd position and 2nd in Club Ford in the number 98 from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, that's Sam Iyer. Starting in the second position, and your pole sitter in Club 4, the number 2 from Cockeysville, Maryland, that's Wayne Nicolette. And starting on the pole from Beaver Creek Township, Pennsylvania, the number 99 is Bill Feist.
Yeah, and it looks like we've picked up another Formula V, Brian. And besides having multiple companies out here today,
looks like we got Ryan Higgins.
I was going to say we've got multiple Higginses as well as we've got Ryan Higgins in his protoform. He's out of Hellam, Pennsylvania. He has joined the fun as well, and he will be joining Kevin Higgins there at the tail end of the field. It's going to be some sibling rivalries here in Formula V. And hopefully they're siblings, not father and son, otherwise.
Again, that's a whole other conversation.
Yes.
It does look like we have, quite a bit of company in hit now. We've got 2 of each. So, again, good to see a lot of Club Fords out here right now. Again, I think there's 4 of them right here. So, we talked about the times when you looked at qualifying. You've got Wayne Nicolette at a 121.737, and then you've got Samuel Iyer at a 121.958. So 0.2 of a second there. So that should be a pretty good race here for this 15-lap battle. As our cars right now are coming down the hill out of turn 4, heading up into turn 5. So we'll get started here momentarily. But again, it's good to see quite a bit of our wings and things out here running this weekend. For this opening round event here on our 2024 April MARRS number 1, presented by OG Racing. Bill Feist going to lead our group down, coming out of turn 6 now and headed towards coming through turn 7 there, Spencer. So we'll pick them up as they go, as we Greg has to step out of the booth here. And we know we're understanding we may be having some technical difficulties in the paddock with the speakers. Some of you may like that they're down that low, but some of you like to hear what's going on, across the board, to hear this fantastic summary of what's going on in this racing, Spencer. So feel free here. Let me unmute you, Spencer. I think you're on number 3. Let's let you join in on the conversation here. Get you on air.
You're the professional. I don't have anything near as interesting to say as you do.
Well, I tell you what, here they come now. They're getting ready to come out of turn 10 and head down the front stretch in order to get this green. We'll see, and there's the green flag right now. And as we expected, Bill Feist in that 99, he's going to open up to that lead. But I tell you what, Spencer, when I was talking about this right at the very beginning, you've got Wayne Nicolette and Samuel Iyer. They're going to go side by side as they head down into turn 1. And again, only 0.2 of a second separated those two in qualifying. And then you've got to go back another car length and a half. That looks like that's going to be the 33 of Kenneth Company. That's going to be in there. But again, Wayne Nicolette, Sam Iyer, they are still going to go side by side coming out of turn 2 and heading up into turn 3. Now Wayne Nicolette's going to jump in the back end behind Sam Iyer as they go up and over the hill and head down 2. We look a little further back. We talked about this early on between the Higgins in those Formula Vs. You've got Kevin Higgins now leading Ryan Higgins, but they were nose to tail as they went up over turn 4 and headed down into turn 5. So we'll see how long that battle's going to go. Oh, and we got some lockup there.
Big lockup.
It looks like that's going to maybe either the Ryan Higgins machine in that number 13.
Just on the outside of 5 here, just pulled back onto the track.
Yeah,
okay.
That's one of the Formula Vs. That may be Ryan Higgins. We'll have to see which one of those. It's kind of hard to tell on the numbers because they kind of blend back in, but it was definitely some hard lockup there. Looks like that may be Kevin Higgins there in the 113, but I think Ryan Higgins will try to get a number to see which one of the. I can tell you it was one of the Higgins that went around. That's the best way to look at that as they come through. So,
all right. So as our leaders now come across the line to complete lap number 1, Brian, it is our sole Formula S driver, Bill Feist, the first driver across the track in his store. Then we've got Wayne Nicolette and Sam Iyer running 1-2 in Club Ford, and they are locked nose to tail now as they come out of turn 1 going into turn 2. I wouldn't say nose to tail, but I'd say about a car length separating them now as they come out of turn go into turn 3. They should catch them now coming out of 3 and heading down the hill.
Yeah, at the beginning of the start there, Greg, they were side by side going down. It was actually, and I was mentioning this, regarding qualifying, is that they were within 0.2 of a second here. Let's see which one of it was our Formula V. So it does look like it was going to be the 113, and that is Kevin Higgins. That's the one who spun down in turn 5, able to collect himself and pull back up to Ryan Higgins.
I was going to say, so did Ryan sit and wait for him? Because they were only about 2 car lengths apart when they crossed the finish line and completed their first lap.
Well, I can tell you that Kevin went down into turn, again, whatever the relationship is, I guarantee you Ryan was laughing a little bit as that went down because it was nothing but brake lock up the entire time. You knew there was getting it. You know it's a lot of grip out there when a Formula V goes down into turn 5 and has that much power. You've got to lock up all of those wheels.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Brian, real quick here. Let me make a first call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock. Touch of the paddock. First call to the grid for our Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series drivers. Bracket racers, please come to the grid. Your race is next.
Getting some word of maybe a car somewhere.
And yeah, it came from the folks on the starter stand.
Yeah.
And I think that may have been, I think Brian actually, after that spin in Formula V, I think may have had a driver that had pulled offline to at this point. But we're watching this Formula V battle. They're
maybe let the other
down.
Formula V catch back up, maybe?
Yeah, exactly. Well, and they have. We're going to see them come down. Let's watch now on lap 3 what happens when they come under braking going into turn 5. No brake lockup at all there.
Again, you had a lot of speed coming downhill. The wind is blowing a little bit. Maybe they got a good tailwind coming out of there, so they had to, all of that. But again, it could have been that the one machine driver saw it and said, "We're not going to go anywhere, and let's not just ride around. Let's figure out what we can do."
What
here.
you can do, exactly.
And again, they could be doing some type of, we don't know. They could be doing some type of testing with drafting and that sort of thing, right? So you never can tell. And the only way you're going to learn is if you're racing somebody. If you're racing by yourself out here, you're not really you're learning, but you're not learning, right? You're not learning what your car, your craft is going to. Let me just put it that way. You're not going to understand your racecraft if you're running by yourself.
Now, here we go as they come down into turn 1, and this is really amazing to watch here as they swap positions as Kevin Higgins in that white and gold 113 gets around Ryan Higgins in the 13. Brian, because when they came out of turn 10, Kevin Higgins was, I'd say, probably a good 6 or 7 car lengths back from Ryan Higgins. And you could just see the effect of the draft pulling him forward. And how strong the draft is for these little cars that, they look like cigars. They look like they're pretty darn aerodynamic. They're not. They're not.
Right.
And they they create a big hole in the wind, the front suspension in particular there. And, the 113 car was able to just draft up and make up to like 5 car lengths under, before they went down in the turn 1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right now, we talked about it early on in that Club Ford. You've got Sam Iyer and you got Wayne Nicolette. They've kind of broken apart a little bit. You've got the 33 there, Kenneth Company, coming up right on the back gearbox there of Sam Iyer in that number 98 machine as they were headed up out of turn 3 and down into turn 5. We'll see whether or not he's able to get by him coming down. It looks like he's just going to hold off until he gets probably back around here to the straightaway. Now, if we have another switch between the Higgins, I feel like I'm talking about not Hawaii 5-0. What's the other?
You're talking about Magnum PI.
Magnum PI. I feel like I'm talking about Magnum PI's guy.
Yeah, except Higgins had twin Dobermans.
So
had twin Doberman pinchers.
These two going at it, nose to tail pretty much on every lap.
That's right. And neither one of these Formula Vs are a Ferrari 308 either.
Right.
So if we see a helicopter come down and land on the front straight, then we'll know.
I talked about Kenneth Company in that 33 in that Formula Continental, Greg.
Yeah.
I was watching as you and I were talking here a moment, coming out of turn 10. The car just doesn't look like it has, the setup really is maybe a little bit off. So a little bit of handling challenges there, because coming out of turn 10, that car should be a little bit more getting forward bite to get around Samuel Ayer in that Club Ford along with that. And then you've got the number 5 of Michael Company right on the back gearbox of Kenneth Company. So you got the companies battling each other, which happens every single day. And then you have the Higgins battling each other.
So, I was going to use as a reference point here to look at where Kenneth Company is in comparison to the track record here at Summit Point, because Ken Company right now is running high 1 minute 21 range here, and the Formula Continental track record is about 10 seconds, a little bit more than 10 seconds faster than that. But then I realize that the track record was set back in March of 2021 at the Summit Point Majors race, and it happened to be set by the 2021 Formula Continental national champion, Simon Sykes. So maybe we'll give Kenneth Company a little. We'll give him a little bit of a break on this one.
Neither one of those two drivers have competed here before.
Right.
We found something out this morning.
Right.
Is, some profiles that get put into a kind of a database. I just went through there and looked. You look at both Michael and Kenneth. Their first starts are today.
Yeah.
So they've only got really the qualifying session in,
and maybe some time during testing
today.
yesterday. Yeah.
Yes. So again, relatively new to this track. On a race day, right? On a DC region race day or race sessions, only having one, which was actually today. So. Both of those drivers still getting the feel of it, but like I said, last time by they were kind of nose to tail coming up through turn 3, heading down the bottom of the hill. So see where they are. They're just now coming out of turn 9, really headed up under the hill or up underneath the bridge, coming down. We'll see. It looks like there's Samuel Ayer. He's going to be ahead of them, but then you've got, looks like that's going to be Kenneth and then Michael. Looks like they're trying to stay together there. Both of them do look a little bit faster, but I talked about a little bit of the handling, right? So looks like, still some challenges there. It looks like Michael Company was going to think about making a move there on Kenneth, going down into turn 1, thought better of it, tucked back in, got back in line, and then driving off now coming out of turn 2. Still right there, kind of within a car length of each other as they come up over the hill there. So again, still, if you've never been here and you've never raced, there is some challenging spots on this racetrack, and I don't know if we're still doing track walks at night here anymore or not. But if you're someone new,
at your own peril, Brian. At your own peril.
If you are someone new to racing here at Summit Point, I tell you what, I've learned a lot over the last couple years, and walked with, around this racetrack, quite a bit. And it is, you don't feel it in the race cars, and you don't see it, obviously, on the racetrack when you're racing. But if you go and walk and you look at some of these, like, oh, that's a flat part of the turn. It's not. There is some banking in some of these turns that you don't feel. Well, you may have a chance to go set your, your car up a little bit. Here comes our Formula V's now that just went by the start-finish line, headed down into turn 1, and again another change for position there between Kevin and Ryan Higgins. If we reach our halfway point here, Greg.
Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group 4. Our bracket racers, sprint bracket road racing series drivers, please head to the grid. Bracket racers, please start heading to the grid for your first race of the weekend.
As our group here, Bill Feist already gone by our battle in Formula V. Now you've got Wayne Nicolette coming up behind them along with Samuel Ayer and the companies. I'll say that. The company's getting ready to come up behind that Formula V battle. So, going to be interesting to see whether or not the Formula V's just let them go or they try to somewhat get them in the right spot. It does look like they are just letting them go as they come down out of turn 5 and into turn 6, Greg. You can see everybody else hitting the regular line. The Formula V's pulling down, staying drivers right through that turn. Best thing to do, get there and let them go by. I don't ever remember the Higgins racing here either.
No.
So let me look up that profile. Like I said, I don't think I've seen them here. Well, it does look like Ryan has raced here in 23. He got three sessions in. Let's look.
Actually, because I think Ryan was here for the majors actually a couple weeks ago.
Well, I think Kevin was here for the well, no, I guess you're right. So it looks like here they may have been here for the majors. When I look at the kind of the profiles that we have set up in here, it looks like each of them did 3 sessions last year in 23 with their best times kind of in that 130 range. Kevin with a 130. Let's see what Ryan's best time was last year. Last year, it seems like a 141. So definitely kind of in that same ballpark. It looks like they both went in the 130s early on. Last time by in the 136, 137 range. But that was more because they were in traffic trying to get out of, trying to move over and let the other cars go.
So, Brian, really neat looking at the chat here on YouTube, because we're still seeing things about Donnie Owens come in, and in particular, just saw him post a message. Jim Epting has left a message. Jim, longtime racer here at Summit Point, raced, I believe, a BMW 2002 in ITB back in, I believe, in the 90s, and maybe even back as early as the 80s with his daughter Leah Epting, who I saw just a week ago at Virginia International Raceway during the Super Tour. Real good friend. So I want to thank Jim for checking in. I believe he's been living in Richmond for that area for the past number of years. Just had one of our drivers, I believe it was our overall leader, Bill Feist, drop a wheel coming into turn 10. Big cloud of smoke in the air there as he was trying to work his way past some of the slower lapped traffic here. Managed to get that car back under control. That would have been a bit of an embarrassment there if we had our lead driver off of the gravel trap at 10. But he continues on. There he is, right in the middle of some of the traffic there. I think he's got Michael Company sitting right behind him at this point.
Well, actually, that would actually be Kenneth Company there. So.
Yeah, but I think we've also got. Nope, you're right there. I was looking for the Formula S machine ahead. I thought he was just ahead of that pack, but obviously not.
Yeah, Bill Feist just now coming out of turn 10.
Oh, there he
and
is.
Heading back to start-finish line. So he's cleared all of
in the silver number 99 machine.
Here, you talk about the chat real quick. Here's a name, a blast from the past. I'll get that out. And he knows who I'm talking about, Scott Merker. So,
yes.
It could be a blast from the past.
Scott Merker, longtime racer, was our webmaster here, served on the board of directors for the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I want to thank him for all that he's done. Help us get this program up and running.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this whole streaming thing really kind of started with, with you and I talking and Scott jumping in and kind of helping out. So if you're enjoying what you hear and you're enjoying what you see, there you go. Click that thumbs up, smash that subscribe, pound that bell. Whatever we have to say.
Whatever the millennials tell you.
We have to go to the kids to find out exactly what it says.
Right.
But tell you what, Spencer, let's pick up our Formula Vs. They're just now coming through turn 1 and turn 2. Again, they're the closest battle on the racetrack, and this may be by design, trying to see who's faster leading and who's not as they come out of turn 2 and headed up into turn 3 now. I got to be honest with you, Greg, when we were talking about when the traffic was going by them down into turn 5 and 6 a couple laps ago, they ended up moving over to driver's right, getting out of the way. They tucked right back in with each other. So it'd be interesting to see when we're done today. I'm going to go down there and find them and find out, is this by design to learn? Looks like we may have had one driver here as well kick up some other dirt. That may have been Kenneth Company, again, coming out of turn 10 last time by, kicking up some dirt. But whether or not, they're trying to, again, work on the craft, work on what they need to do, get those cars faster because, who knows where their next race stop will be.
Yeah, I mean, as it stands right now, the Higginses, they are within their fast laps are within 1/10 of one another.
Right.
Kevin's down to a 129.81. Ryan is at a 130.081. So actually about 2/10 separating those two drivers. And the last time they crossed the line, they were separated by 2/100ths of a second. All right, so we've got 3 laps remaining, and when our overall leader, Bill Feist, crosses the start-finish line in that beautiful silver store, we will have 2 laps remaining.
Yep.
Or pardon me, we now have 2 laps remaining. We'll have 1 lap remaining next time he crosses the start-finish line.
And he just now has come out of turn 2, headed
Right.
up into turn 3. So the next time by, he will get that 1 to go board, as you just mentioned. Let's take a look at some of our profile stuff here as well. While we're waiting for him, I do not see where he has competed here before. Could be wrong there. We'll take a look, as I have been all day. Wrong. It looks like he completed here in 2022 in the Formula Atlantic car. Back in those looks like October 22nd and 23rd. That was at New Jersey that he competed there. So
All right, coming out of turn 10 now is Bill Feist, and he's going to come onto the front straight, Brian, just ahead of the Higginses, who crossed the start-finish line almost nose to nose. There, I talked about the last time when they crossed the stripe that there was 2/100ths of a second separating them. This time, as we see them come through turns 1 and out of turn 2. 37 1,000ths of a second separating the 2 Formula V drivers. Now they pull all the way over, offline drivers left. They're going to let Bill Feist by. I was thinking, well, maybe Feist could have just sat there and let them run
an extra
a couple
full
additional
lap.
Yeah, so they're now going to drop another lap down. So they, by basically conceding, they're going to lose a lap here. But let's continue to watch this little battle. And, of course, they will be fighting once again tomorrow. Tomorrow's racing, we are going to be going on air, I believe, at 8:45 a.m. tomorrow morning. We'll have cars on course somewhere around 8:50, 8:55 to start off the day. It is feature race day here at Summit Point Raceway. We'll start off with one of our bracket races, and then we'll be going to feature MARRS racing. All right, so Bill Feist now coming out of turn 10 for the very last time, that beautiful Store F1000. And as he now comes across the top of the crest of the hill there on the front straight, he takes the checkered flag. He is your overall winner. Now let's watch this battle to the line between the 2 Formula Vs. Who will it be? Taking the win in Formula V, it's Ryan Higgins. And Brian, I think that was probably the biggest margin that we saw, with the exception of lap 1 before they both got to turn 5.
Right.
1/4 of a second separating Ryan Higgins, who takes the win in Formula V, from Kevin Higgins. Coming across the line, Wayne Nicolette, he'll take the win in Club 40. Finishes 2nd overall, margin of victory over Sam Iyer, 3 1/4 seconds. Kenneth Company will finish 4th overall. He's your sole driver in Formula Continental. He finished just about a 1/2 of a second back from Nicolette and Iyer. Michael Company was only 2/10 back from there. Finishing 3rd in Club Ford today will be Mark Walthew out of Henrico, Virginia, in his Crossley. Walthew turned his fastest lap of the race at a 1 minute 21.833. Then we've got Bill Mazie, who will finish 4th in Club Ford, 7th overall, and then the Higgins is. All right, so that is going to wrap things up for our open wheel racers. Let's do this, Brian. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll take a quick break. All righty. Final call to the grid for race group number 4, Sprint Bracket Road Racers. Please head to the grid. Sprint Bracket Road Racers, please head to the grid. This is your final call. All right, so let's do this. It looks like we've got a little bit of track cleanup to do here. We're going to give them a little time to do that. My guess is We'll be back probably in about 10 minutes, hopefully a little bit less. But what we're going to do, we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to thank all of our partners that help bring you the 2024 Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, like RP Performance. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas, and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas, and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun. And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, everybody, for the 2024 Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. This is the April MARRS presented by OG Racing and the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Donnie. And Brian, heading out on track right now, one of the race groups that we always look forward to, if only because we end up having we always have to try to figure our way through the rule set here. And it takes almost the entire race for us to figure it out for everybody. But this is our Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series drivers now heading out on track. Brian, we always try to explain it much like bracket racing and drag racing. This is something that has, over the past 5 years or so, just grown exponentially.
Correct.
To where we've got over 20 drivers out on track. I'm going to run down the starters here, and then we'll talk a little bit once this race starts about what bracket racing is. All right, so we had 22 drivers. Starting 21st, she is in the number 129 Mazda Miata, powered by Kelton, Dunkin' Donuts, and
that's it.
And
weight gain.
Yeah,
Power
exactly.
Weight gain.
By sugar and carbohydrates. From Midland, Michigan, Angela Jago. Starting 21st today, driving the number 11 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, the Surf Shop machine from Mount Airy, Maryland, Melanie Meckel. Jed Prentice starts 20th. Jed is driving the number 68 Mazda Miata. He's out at Tacoma Park, Maryland, with Jennifer Romes driving the number 186, Scion FRS. She is out of Fredericksburg, Virginia, starts 19th. Starting 18th, driving the number 127 Mazda MX-5, the Vinors Financial Services Hoosier Mazda from Thurmont, Maryland, Jeff Liller, with David Alessi starting 17th. David is driving the Pucker Up Racing Half-Assed Motorsports Honda Prelude. Starting 16th, driving the number 74 Davis Infrastructure Honda S2000, Avery Davis. Frank Alessi is starting 15th. He's in the 43 Honda Prelude. Bill Smith out of Charlestown, West Virginia is in the Half-Assed Motorsports BMW M3, starts 14th. Starting 13th in the number 16 Subaru BRZ, Alex Carty. Steve Martin starting 12th in the number 50 Ford Mustang with Brian McRae. Rookie Brian, good to see him out here today in the number 98 Scion FRS. He starts 11th. Starting 10th, driving the number 88 Honda S2000 from Hillsborough, Virginia, Terry Davis. Mike Kosuth starting 9th. He's in the number 5 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Keith Frazier in a Spec Racer Ford starts 8th. Mike Thomas in a Spec Racer Ford. He starts 7th. And we'll run down the rest of the starting order here, Brian, but we've got a green flag in the air.
tell you what, we're going to go side by side with Nick Jones and Chris Benedetto as they head down into turn one. And I know you'll get to the rest of the top, but they're still side by side, Greg, as they go down turn one. It's like they're still on the pace lap and everybody else is racing. They're, again, still side by side down into turn one. You see that on your screen right now. Everybody else is starting to try to get single file. Those two not going to be side by side for very much longer as they come out of turn two. And I don't know if Chris realized that the green flag had flown, because now he pulls in front of Nick Jones.
I was going to ask, were they still doing 35 miles an hour pace car speeds? Maybe it's this whole acceleration zone thing that's thrown people off.
Could be.
All right, let's give you the top six. So top three rows. Starting sixth, he's in the number 33 Honda Civic out of Stafford, Virginia. David Albrecht with Chris Graham out of Hedgesville, West Virginia, driving his BMW 328. He starts fifth. That's the number 20 car. Stephen Shu in a Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, the Hagerman Race Engineering machine, starts fourth. Mac Harrison in his Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 starts third. That's the number 30 machine in your front row. Well, there you go. Chris Benedetto, he's in the number 119 Pucker Up Racing, Half-Ass Motorsports BMW 335, starting second. And your pole sitter, Nick Jones, in the TA2 Chevy Camaro that is sponsored by, and Brian, I don't know if this is your mom or my mom or his mom, but it says sponsored by your mom.
Somebody's mother is sponsoring that car.
That's right, Nick Jones, and I'm sure none of the mothers are happy to hear that. Anyway.
That's a lot of money going out, because that's a pretty decent looking car.
Exactly.
So, look, bracket racing, a little bit different. Not only, it's almost two races in one, Greg. You're not only are you racing the other individuals on the racetrack, as we do with all the other classes, we are racing against the clock, and we want to be consistent in the clock.
Yes.
And we have different brackets that they go in, just as we talked about, like drag racing. The only difference here is if you run out of your bracket that you're in, you're not disqualified.
Like
and the
you
other
are
guy
drag
goes
racing,
in.
exactly.
But what ends up happening is you move up to a faster bracket. So you could be racing, as we talked about, Benedetto and Jones racing each other on the track. After the first lap, Chris Benedetto is in his own bracket. He's in this A5 bracket, which is 123 flat to 124.999. And again, those are going to come down as the race goes on after the first lap. But then you look back and you've got a B1 bracket, which is a time slot between 125 flat, 120, almost a 127. And you've got three drivers in that. As they go through the race, and if you're watching this on Race Monitor, you're not going to be able to tell the brackets. We'll tell you how to get where you can see these different brackets, but you run, like I said, not only the individual on the racetrack, but you're running the clock. And most of these drivers have been in this series, or been in this, this division here for, quite a long time, really ever since its inception. And so what ends up happening is you want to make sure your car is consistent across the board. And that's how you know that you gain when you go in there. And Greg's going to put in the chat, where you can find this bracket racing and this link that goes in there, so you'll be able to do it if you're following along at home or here at the racetrack. You're on your phone. You can go into the chat and he'll post that up here.
Yep, I'm going to do that right now, and I had posted the wrong link, so I'm going to get the right one there for you. It's at the MARRS Points website, and that will allow you to see how we break these cars up. And so we have 10 different brackets, Brian, that we use, anywhere from a minute 21 flat and then higher. Each one of the brackets is separated by about 2 seconds. And so, as long as you, and we'll break it down for you here when people go into the different brackets. But as you said, you can't go to a slower bracket. You can only move up. And so what we look for is consistency. And you have to be very, very careful when you're in the draft, as we watch a couple of drivers locked in the draft going down the front straight right now with 4 cars in a row going down into turn one. You could be in the same bracket as the racer ahead of you, and because of the draft, maybe you end up picking up a second, and you could then end up not competing against that racer ahead of you, but somebody who's, I don't know, a quarter of a racetrack ahead of you on course. It's really it really requires you to be very one, it requires you to be consistent, but it really forces you to think ahead and think about any move that you're going to make. And certainly I guarantee you that each and every one of these drivers, they've got lap timers of some sort sitting in their car so that they know where they are.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And look, each one of these, there's points that go through it for the regular race season. For brackets, so there is a championship that gets won in that, and as Scott Merker said, nice clean bracket start. Absolutely. When you get two cars, you get basically a GT2 car or a TA2 car, and then you've got Benedetto in that BMW 335i. They go side by side all the way down, pretty much the front stretch. And really through turns 1 and turn 2 side by side, that's actually a really good start. We've seen some starts where the leader just gets completely all the way out, Craig.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 5. That's Spec Miata. Please start heading to the grid. Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, so let's take a look now here, Brian, and we'll try to break things down by the brackets as they exist right now. Let's first take a look at, this is bracket B5, and it's for drivers that have raced anywhere between a minute 33 flat and, well, we'll say and higher than a minute 33. Jeff Liller, currently your leader there with Jennifer Romes, Jed Prentice, Angela Jago, and then Melanie Meckel. That is the 5-car group. Just slightly faster in bracket B4 now is Jeff Liller. He is broken out of that B5 bracket in the bracket B4. Not such a bad thing because he was leading, I think, that whole group on track as it is. In bracket B2, that is for drivers running a minute 27 to a minute 29. Avery Davis in the number 74 Honda S2000. He's the sole driver there. And as we move a little bit faster, bracket Bravo or B1 is for drivers a minute 25 to a minute 27. David Alessi leads that group with Bill Smith, Brian McRae, and Alex Carty. And it's actually pretty neat watching McRae and Carty on track. They are both in Scions, and I believe Carty is now past McRae on track. McRae, who's got a lot of hill climb experience and also solo experience, picked up his novice license here at the Summit Point Racing School this spring. He is the 4th car in that group going through turn 1 now.
Yeah, pretty good battle there coming out of turn 1, headed up into turn 2 between those drivers. I'll tell you what, nobody really wanting to give an inch right there. And, you talked about, with the brackets and that sort of thing, you were talking about Jeff Liller. We saw that car earlier on, during qualifying and everything else with Mark Liller, the son, was in that, who's got a lot of experience around this racetrack. Looks like he was in that that was a T4 machine at that point. So now just kind of running the bracket. So again, no, it's a T4 machine that they've got, but that car has been out here double duty already this morning.
And so Brian, I if we mentioned it, I guess it goes to say again, this is like the ultimate run what you brung class, because it doesn't matter how much weight is in the car, how much horsepower is in the car. Everything is based on the lap times that you run. And so there is a place for all of these drivers and all of these cars. As we watch here, coming out of turn 10, wow, great move on track. And we'll see how it plays out here in the B1 bracket as Brian McRae comes right underneath Bill Smith's BMW going into turn 10. And I think bracket-wise, they're going to stay in the same bracket, but that's going to move McRae now up into 3rd in bracket B1. It'll move Bill Smith to 4th in B1.
Well, we'll have to see whether or not it updates and whether or not McRae runs out, right? I mean, they're pretty evenly close on time. Doesn't look like that's going to happen. But, again, we have seen this in years past where somebody leading that bracket the entire time, in one of the original individuals who started this, Chuck Edmondson. He has been known. He's the king of leading a bracket for 14 laps on a Saturday or 19 laps on a Sunday, and running out and running in the next bracket, and ends up finishing 3rd or 4th.
Hey, want to thank Jesse Marsden for checking in. He said he was here at Summit Point earlier today. His first time out to see races here, and while he was watching here live at the track, he had the live stream on, and he really likes what we see. So if, like James, you like what you're seeing, go ahead and give us a big thumbs up here and smash that notification bell, smash the subscribe button so you can find out every time we go live. Do something with those buttons. Whatever you do, don't go watch the Super Tour. Anyway, and actually, yes, my good friend Brian Belansky, and we've got Larry Lefty McLeod on that other YouTube channel, bringing you all the action on the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, another great racetrack here, club track in the United States. I'll be joining them again in a few weeks, but want to thank the SCCA for giving me time off so I can spend with my other Brian here at Summit Point Raceway, where we always have a great time. Running third season now.
You know what, Greg? The good thing about this, this division, right? I'll say division, but this race group is the fact that as long as your car meets SCCA safety specifications, you can come out here and run. So if you're watching us here on the stream anywhere and you're going, wow, look at that, my car would be perfect in it. As long as you meet the SCCA safety regulations, right, you can bring your car out here. We've had a lot of NASA drivers come out here and run. Lemons drivers come out here and run.
Champ car, you name it.
Anything. So, this group, and I'll say this group because, again, Steve Martin, Chuck Edmonston, those guys have really kind of, stayed with this and built this up. And I think we have pushed a lot of it. And I think it's something that, maybe one day I'll jump in there. It looks like we've got maybe Melanie Meckel
that's the
coming
yellow
in. That
number
looks
11.
like the 11, which we're going to see later on with, I think, Greg Cirillo is going to be driving that car. But, again, this group has grown, it's gone down, it's gone back up, and I think that, we continue to push this. This is a great way to get out here and run this on a weekend. And not only really running for points, but as I said, this group has expanded so much, over the last several years since we've done it. It's really good to see, getting 20-some cars out here.
Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group 5, Spec Miata. Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. Spec Miata to the grid, please. All right, so let's check back in. We hadn't talked for a while about bracket A4, Alpha 4. That is where Chris Benedetto, in his number 119 BMW 335, leads with then a couple of Spec Racer Fords mixed in. We got Mac Harrison running second. He's out of Washington, D.C. in a Spec Racer Ford. Chris Graham in his BMW running third. He's out of Hedgesville, West Virginia. And then Stephen Chu and David Albrecht. That is for cars that are running a minute 21 to a minute 23. More accurately, a minute 22.999 there. And in bracket A5, Terry Davis in his Honda S2000. He's out of Hillsborough, Virginia, so pretty close to Summit Point here, just down Route 9, with a fast lap time of 1:23.309. He's your leader in bracket A5, which goes from a minute 23 to a minute 25. Keith Frazier in his Spec Racer Ford is second. Mike Thomas in his Spec Racer Ford third. Mike Kosuth, say it after me, Spec Racer Ford driver, he is fourth. And then we've got Steve Martin in his Ford Mustang.
And it goes to show you, Greg, about how this, this class is really all about the clock, right? I mean, you've got SRF3s competing against, BMWs with big VA motors in there, right? I mean, so it's a combination of a lot of stuff. So, it actually kind of works.
Hey, so I just got email, Brian, or not email, I just got a message from Alonia Liller. That is Mark Liller's mom,
right.
Jeff Liller's wife. And she informed me, because I mentioned earlier during the Big Bore race that Mark Liller's Dodge Neon podium finishing Neon back in 2017 and was on line to win the championship this past year. I said that the car had been sold. It has not been sold yet, but it is currently for sale. So if you are interested in buying one of the best STU cars in the nation, you can reach out to Brian or I, marsannouncers@gmail.com. We'll make sure to hook you up with the Lillers, and you can put yourself behind the wheel of a pretty darn strong race car.
Come out and be competitive right away.
Right out of the box.
That car's been torn down, put back together a lot by what's the name of that? What's the name of that company?
Angry
They're always
Sheep
mad about
Motorsports.
something. They're always mad about something.
That's right. Chris Childs and Angry Sheep Motorsports, which is obviously different than Sneaky Moose Motorsports, who we had a race with earlier this year, and then I think there's also Angry Llama Motorsports. That yes, all of these angry animals around the racetrack.
Well, when you're getting beasts like these, you got to have some type of an angry animal going through there. So
that's right. Well, somebody who may not be angry, but he's driving mad. Nick Jones, in that TA2 Chevy Camaro, he just turns in a 118.994. Let's call that a 119 flat. He's your sole driver right now in bracket A2, and running very quick.
Hey, Greg, let's check on Chris Benedetto, because he is having some major issues as they went out up turn 3, down into turn 4. Basically was completely off the pace heading up. Mac Harrison got by him. Christopher Graham got by him. And I believe Stephen Shue was going to go by him as well. So not sure if he's having some type of brake issue or some type of a motor issue, but that car is way off pace.
And Brian, sliding right into our living room here, one of our Honda S2000s goes around. That is, I believe, that was the 88 of Terry Davis. We've got 2 Honda S2000s on track. We also have Avery Davis in the 74. Let's take a look here. Is that car?
Trying to get back
well,
up.
Pretty clear there.
That's
Hey, you know what? No more potato cams. We can actually pick up the numbers there. That indeed was the 88 of Terry Davis.
Caleb Crocker would be really good. We'd be really happy about that. That it's clear. You could see it. So Caleb, there you go. We picked out the 88 from the clear camera.
That's right. Want to thank Terry Davis for having probably the most clear numbers on the side of the car of anybody in this race group. Thank you so much. All right, we have Brian. 3 laps remaining. It'll be 2. The next time Nick Jones crosses the start-finish line, and we'll see him coming around here in just a few moments in that beautiful 178 TA2 Camaro. Matter of fact, he's coming out of turn 10 right now. So it'll be 2 laps remaining as he comes underneath Brian McRae, who we talked about a little bit earlier. And then also the other S2000, that's the red S2000 of Avery
Greg,
Davis.
we got a car spinning right in the middle of the racetrack down in turn 1, and that is actually the Terry Davis machine again going down. And that was right in front of our overall leader, Nick Jones, along with, looks like that may have been Bill Smith right there, as it looked like Nick Jones was putting a lap on Bill Smith.
Yeah.
But looks like he was able to continue. It looks like he's coming out of turn 2 now. So again, maybe having some brake issues there.
Yeah, and that the way that car looked like the rear end, both at turn 5 and there at turn 1, that the rear axle locked up on him. So it could be one of 2 things, Brian. It could either be a braking issue, or it could certainly be a heel toe downshift issue where he's just dropping into a much lower gear. The challenge with the S2000s, especially the ones that are not that don't have forced induction, is, especially here at the racetrack and having driven an S2000 here at the track for a number of years, finding the right gear for that very low torque car can be a challenge, because you want to be able to dig out of corners as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
And we just saw there a little bit where he was coming through turn 5, and he was definitely off the pace coming through 5, Brian, as we've got 1 lap remaining here as our leader, Nick Jones, who currently is your sole driver in the A2 bracket, is now working lap number 15.
You know, one of the drivers, Greg, we haven't really talked about pretty much today, as I talked about, been involved in this group for a long time. Steve Martin switched over, driving that Ford Mustang from that Ford Focus that he's had for so many years. Last time by when I was watching him, a little bit of smoke coming out of the back end of that, but that's because it's a Mustang, and I think they do smoke every now and then. No, I'm kidding. I'm giving Steve a hard time here.
Are you saying that Camaros don't smoke?
Camaros smoke a lot.
Yeah.
Trust me. But again, great temperatures to be running those, the larger cars. We saw it earlier on in our big board group, to run that. So again, still not, it's not really warm out. It's about 66 degrees, but for this time of the year, this is actually prime racing weather.
All right, Nick Jones now coming underneath the bridge here and into turn number 10. There he is. And Nick Jones, he's going to be a first driver here in this bracket racing group in the Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series to take the checkered flag. Again, he's your sole driver in the A2 bracket for drivers a minute 17 to a minute 19. Should mention that we're going to see two 10-lap bracket races tomorrow. Very first one of the day will be starting right around 8:45, 8:50 tomorrow morning. So two shorter races in the bracket series, but you get twice the races. All right, coming across the line as the rest of our drivers cross in bracket A4. That's for drivers a minute 21 to a minute 23. Looks like Mac Harrison in his Spec Racer Ford is going to take the win over Chris Benedetto. As you mentioned, Brian, had fallen off the pace in his BMW. Chris Graham will finish in third. Stephen Shue will finish fourth. David Albrecht will finish in fifth. If we then take a look at bracket A5, that's for drivers running a minute 23 to a minute 25. Keith Frazier in his Spec Racer Ford will take the win. Alex Carty in his Subaru BRZ finishing second. Terry Davis looks like he's going to hold on for third with Mike Kosuth, Mike Thomas, and Steve Martin rounding out that bracket. In bracket B1 for drivers a minute 25 to a minute 27. David Alessi in his Honda Prelude taking the win. Bill Smith in his BMW finishing second. Brian McRae, and then Avery Davis rounding out that four-car bracket. Bracket B4, drivers a minute 31 to a minute 33. Jeff Liller and Jennifer Romes. Then in bracket B5, Jed Prentice, Angela Jago, and then Melanie Meckel. All right, so Brian, let's do this. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, Spec Miata racers, race group 5. This is your final call to the grid. Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, so let's take a quick break, Brian. We're going to thank some of our partners and sponsors here that help bring us all the action from Summit Point Raceway as part of this 2024 Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season, like the Autoverse. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, everybody, and the April MARRS presented by OG Racing, longtime partner of the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati. And Brian, next up is a class that so many people look forward to every single race weekend. Always very exciting racing here from very similarly prepared cars. It is Spec Miata, and they are just now leaving the grid to start their pace lap. Let's hear the starting order.
All right, we got 16 cars out here today, starting in the 16th position from Oakland, New Jersey. That's the 88 of Michael Lamena. Starting in the 15th position from Ellicott City, Maryland. That's the 108 of James Mann. Starting in the 14th position from Morgantown, West Virginia, the 82 of Dylan Moore. Starting in the 13th position from Ellicott City, Maryland as well, the number 68, our very own Dominic Mandiel. Starting in the 12th position from Oakland, New Jersey, the number 6 of Shauna Lamena. Starting in the 11th position from Owens Mills, Maryland, that's the finance guy, Mr. 54, Michael Cohen. Starting in the 10th position from New York, New York, the 195 of John Jenkins. Starting in the 9th position from Centerville, Virginia, the number 10 of Glenn Evans. Starting in the 8th position from New York, New York, the 03 of Jonathan Cavell. Starting in the 7th position from Gurnee, Illinois, the 178 of Robert Cahall. Starting in the 6th position from Morgantown, West Virginia, the 18th of James Lindenthal. Starting in the 5th position from Christiansburg, Virginia, that's the 78 of Ted Cahall. And starting in the 4th position from Durwood, Maryland, the number 44 of Kip Gaynor. And starting third from Darnestown, Maryland, that's the 69 of Jeremy Butts. Starting in the 2nd position and on your front row from Davidsonville, Maryland, the number 21 of Michael Apatow. Starting on the pole in the number 63 from Sparks, Glencoe, Maryland, your 2023 Spec Miata reigning champion and new jacket owner. That is John Hotz.
On the weekend where he probably doesn't need a jacket, even though we know it's the jacket, and one that Michael Lamena has aspired to for many a year.
Yes,
Brian, that's right. John Hotz here in that white number 63 machine. We'll see how he plays. It'll be interesting to watch, though, because starting right behind Hotz is going to be Jeremy Butts in, I think, the car he calls undependable here. And we have seen many a race back last season between Hotz and Butts where, Jeremy Butts will drive some very unorthodox lines around Summit Point in order to try and get around John Hotz. It's always a great race here, as we now have lights out on the pace car, and the field is starting to grid up or to form up very well. Now, Brian, one of the big changes that we have, and I think it's really helpful here for Spec Miata, we're certainly going to see it in our SSM field a little bit later this afternoon, is the idea of an acceleration zone where the drivers, once the pace car is on the pit lane, right here as it is now, must maintain that pace car speed about 35 miles an hour. But then about, I'd say about halfway down the pit wall, we have a set of cones where the pole sitter can then start to accelerate, and everybody then accelerates as well. And Brian, green flag is in the air, and we are back underway with Spec Miata Racing here at Summit Point.
Tell you what, you got Jeremy Butts in new colors in SM, went to the red now this year, so it's going to be a little bit difficult. He's given John Hotz a little bit of a push there, trying to get by the 21 and the 44 there of Kip Gaynor. It is going to be John Hotz, but now Butts is going to fall back to third.
Yeah, that is the new Coke car, Brian. That Undependable is driving, or I'm sorry, he's driving Undependable, but that is the Coca-Cola liveried Mazda Miata, and yeah, we'll just call him New Coke from here on out.
New Coke, less sugar.
Yes.
Tell you what, you get a little bit further back, and you've got Glenn Evans, and then you've got Kip Gaynor there. They look like they're going to be nose to tail. So it looks like one driver, it may have been the 108 of James Mann, didn't get a really good start. And Greg, we've got a car that's gone around in down into turn 5, going to come through. We'll have to see. That may be. That looks like that may be Dominic Mandil that may went around there.
Yeah, well,
Dominic got a great start. So.
Yeah, he got a very good start and worked his way up in the 13th position. He's now going to fall, looks like, towards the back of the pack, and we'll see who that is trailing along with him as our leaders now coming up the hill underneath the bridge and through turn number 10. And what do we see here at the front of the field? Coming onto the front straight, it is the number 63 machine of John Hotz. He's your leader. Michael Apatow second, Jeremy Butts third, Kip Gaynor fourth. Pretty much just the way this race started off, and then a bit of a gap, about 2.5 car lengths back to Ted and Robert Cahall running 5th and 6th.
You know, Greg, one of the cars I'm going to look at here, it's going to come from the back. That's Michael LaMena. Didn't get a time during qualifying.
Right.
Ended up having a penalty, so having to start all the way in the back. Lost all of that time. We'll see how much he's going to be able to move up. That car has been pretty quick here the last couple of years as well. Right now, he's about a car length and a half behind the 54 there of Michael Cohen. That is actually 12th, and then put Michael LaMena now in 13th after starting 16th. So after one lap, moving up 3 positions.
Yeah, and so the story there with LaMena is during qualifying, he had put in a number of laps, had gone back behind the wall to maybe make some changes to the car rather than on the pit lane. By going behind the wall, he then has to essentially forego any of the laps that he had turned before, did not get no lap times on the books.
Yep. So our leaders now come up out of turn 9, up underneath the hill, up underneath the bridge, coming down into turn 10 right now. It is still John Hotz. And, you know, John's been pretty dominant here in SM.
Yes.
The last couple of, definitely for last year, I think he had, again, some pretty good races when Rob Hines, ran here as well. They kind of battled pretty much. Then you got Nick Bruni when he showed up and came here as well. John was still pretty much right up in that front. So pretty much dominating this class for the last year, and I'd say year and a half now, in that number 63 machine.
All right, Brian. So we see almost every race car down in line, nose to tail, coming down into turn 1. A couple of exceptions, though. We had James Lindenthal, driver of the number 18 car out of Morgantown, West Virginia, trying to get around Robert Cahall going into turn 1. Was side by side with him coming out of turn 10. Could not get the pass done, though, going into turn number 1. A little bit further back in the field, we had looked like it was Michael LaMena trying to make a move on good friend Michael Cohen. Could not get the pass done there going into turn 1 as well. As we talked about, LaMena starting at the back of the pack. He's got Cohen ahead, and then just ahead of Michael Cohen is Michael's daughter, Shauna.
Right. Yeah, look for those two Michael and Shauna, look for those two to draft, especially when we get through, out of turn 10 next time by. And so look for them to get by Cohen, Greg.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 6. That's Improved Touring and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Race group 6, Improved Touring and B-Spec. This is your first call to the grid.
You're pretty much early on here. I'm a little shocked, a little surprised in this SM class that they are kind of, spread out a little bit. I thought you'd see a little bit more of
a little bit more draft.
A little bit more drafting, a little more pro. Now, when I say drafting, I'm talking about being tucked up underneath each other.
Right.
They're still in the draft, even though they're a car length to 2 car lengths away. You feel that draft, so that actually does help. And we're going to talk about this later on when our Group 7 comes out in SSM. When you've got 40 of those cars out there, you're going to see the same thing, but you're going to see a lot more nose to tail there as our overall leaders now up out of turn 3, heading down over turn 4 and down into turn 5 here with John Hotz, Michael Apatow, and then Jeremy Butts.
So I'm gonna chalk it up to maybe a little bit of rust, Brian, as a lot of these racers, with some exceptions, have not been on track now for about 4 months, and this is their first time out on course. And maybe they forgot how to get up close and personal to the friends driving ahead here as we watch John Hotz come out of turn 8, head up the hill with about 5 car lengths now on Michael Apatow. Apatow, though, you'll notice here in the timing and scoring on the left-hand side of your screen, he just went purple. He just set the fastest lap of the race that last time by. Well, he was about a 10th faster than John Hotz. And as they cross the stripe once again, Hotz gains it all back. He's a 10th faster than Apatow as Jeremy Butts loses a little bit more ground. We did notice here that we saw originally that fight a little bit further back in the pack. Michael Cohen and Shauna LaMena as Cohen gets around Shauna. Michael LaMena, though, starting to close things down just a little bit, but maybe not so quick. I think Michael LaMena may still have some mechanical issues with his car now. We're watching them come into turn 1. The red with yellow Miata, that is Shauna LaMena. Michael LaMena, the car about 6 car lengths back. And that last time by, Brian, Shauna LaMena was almost a half second faster than her father.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, Mike may, like you said, maybe having some other type of difficulties, but that car just looks like it has no drive off the corner. It gets to the corner, gets into the center of it, and just seems to just labor a little bit trying to get up, especially coming out of turn 2 and headed up into turn 3. Just not having that forward bite that I think Mike is accustomed to or utilizing to try to catch Shauna. And again, I know that Mike has moved over as well. He's going to run an SRF3. I know he had some problems, mechanical issues with it yesterday, probably spending a lot of time doing that. So,
all right, Brian, looks like things have closed up considerably here in the battle for the lead as we see here the 2 white cars coming across the start-finish line. That is still John Hotz. He is your leader. Michael Apatow, last time by, picks up 2/10. Now about 4 car lengths separate those machines as they head down into turn 1, and they're starting to come up on some traffic, Brian.
Yeah. Well, actually, they're not going to really come up on some traffic for quite a while. But the race back behind Jeremy Butts, you've got Kip Gaynor. You've got, looks like that is going to be one of the K-Halls there. That's going to be Ted K-Hall along with Robert K-Hall.
He's there too. And then Lindenthal is part of that group as well.
Yeah, so as they go up through turn 3 and head down into turn 4, they're side by side by side by side. I don't know, can you say that? That would make it 4 wide.
That would be like 4 or 5 wide. But here like they come in formation coming down the hill. It's exactly what it looks like. Is it's 2 by 2 coming down the hill, going into turn number 5. Let's follow this action here for a little bit. There are leaders just now coming out of turn 6. But let's look at that battle a little bit further back here, as you mentioned, with Gaynor, K-Hall and Jim Lindenthal.
I tell you what, Kip Gaynor had the line right there going into turn 5 last time. He was able to take that line while they were still running side by side and get in front of this group of 4. When you talked about, let's stay on this battle. Well, our producer's not going to let that battle go. He's going to stay with it the whole entire time here.
That's right, because, Dad's leading. Spencer's dad's leading the train there. But it was interesting to watch that there because Jim Lindenthal, who was the trailing car, and we saw him a little bit further back in the pack a little earlier, as the 3 cars ahead of him had started to fan out, Lindenthal was almost a half second faster than Gaynor, Cahall, and now Jim Lindenthal in the 18 machine, Brian. I think he's gotten around the 178 to move him up in the 6th.
No, actually, he's going to fall back a little bit and not be able to get through there. But that is going to be Kip Gaynor, and then that is going to be Ted Cahall in that 78,
right.
that gray 78 machine. They're actually going to pull away a little bit.
Right.
Kip Gaynor's able to get deeper in, but then you go back to the Lindenthal and then the Robert Cahall.
Well, that's the thing is Jim Lindenthal got around Robert Cahall.
Oh, okay.
So
all right, I got
move
you.
Robert Cahall, the red 178 now back into 7th position.
Correct. Got you. Okay. Too many Cahalls.
You can.
Too many Higgins. Too many Ketchens. Too many companies. Right. Too many.
You can never have too many Cahalls. That's right. All right, Brian. Let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group 6. That's Improved Touring and B-Spec. Race group number 6, Improved Touring and B-Spec racers, please come to the grid.
You know, Greg, as we watch our overall leaders here between John Hotz, Michael Apatow, I tell you what, those are two drivers that they have battled as well for the last couple of years. Yeah. And Michael has really seemed to take care of his equipment where he's that car length, 2 car lengths and a half. And we look, now John Hotz goes purple there on that lap there. So John knows how to take care of the equipment to where he can save it towards the end of the race.
Right.
You know, we just really passed halfway or coming up on the halfway point of it. Both of those drivers know how to take care of that equipment to make it last as they've opened up, 2 seconds over Jeremy Butts, who's pretty much riding all by himself.
Yeah. He's definitely out of the draft at this point, but he also has about 5 seconds to that pack behind him.
I want to look at coming out of turn 4 now, coming down. You had Lindenthal. He went 2 wheels, drivers off, drivers right, out of turn 3 and down. We'll see whether or not he's going to drop back, which it does look like he did. So he's going to drop back behind Robert Cahall. Like I said, James Lindenthal, 2 wheels, drivers on drivers right coming
Brian,
up through 3.
And so, Brian, he tried to make that back up going down into turn 5. You saw him poke down, and we got a driver off on the outside of turn 6. And that is the 18 car of Lindenthal that has now run off. He's just now rejoining.
Now that's a red car. That may be the Cahall. That may be one of the Cahalls there that has gone off. We'll have to take a look at when they come around. You'll be able to see. Here comes Lindenthal now. He's coming out of turn 10. We'll see where Robert Cahall comes from, but I'm almost guaranteed that's the red one.
Yeah, indeed. That is the 178 machine that went off, that both he and the 18, and I'm waiting to hear if there was contact. Now, the 178 is just now crossing the start-finish line to complete his 8th lap. And, I was saying that Lindenthal tried to get it all back going in the 5. We saw how loose he got under braking going into turn 5. And going into 6 and going into the carousel, they certainly had not given up that fight. And it sounds like there might have been some contact there that precipitated that off.
Yeah, we'll have to see. And again, we got a couple cars going, getting some tires off of coming out of turn 3. But again, that's actually, that is the fastest way around here, especially coming out of 2 and up into 3. Get through there is you get your right side tires just on the edge there, almost out of control on those rumble strips. That's driving the car, letting it track all the way out. You'll hear that, you'll hear us talk about that all the time. That is what you get the most out of the cars. Again, John Hotz last time by went even faster, Greg, on that last lap. So setting the fast lap, 127.798.
But for every time that he does this, and he now turns at 27.9, almost 0.2 off of what he did the previous lap. And then Michael Apatow was almost 1/10 of a second faster than Hotz that time around, as Apatow just set his personal best. For every 1/10 of a second that John Hotz makes up, or that he makes, Apatow seems to make it up the next lap.
Yeah.
So I mean, they've been still separated by about 1/2 to 6/10 of a second. Now I've been watching another little battle go on here, Brian, a little bit further back in the field. This is now the battle for 7th between Jonathan Cavell and Glenn Evans. They're coming into, I believe, they are coming into turn 3 right now. And the orange the orange, pardon me, 03, and then Glenn Evans in the 10. They're going to be coming down the hill, going down into turn 5. Here they come hard under braking into 10. Great fight that's been going on now for about 6 laps.
And you can see the different angles that each of those drivers take when you look at our camera angle. We'll pick it up next time by, but you see the different angles that they take. Some will go and go to the center of the racetrack to turn in. Some will go to the right to try to get the most out of their car. Some will take the traditional line, which you gain more a little bit because it sets you up a little bit for the next corner in 6, and that is staying to driver's left, letting the car track out, and then getting on. I think you gain a little bit more speed there getting ready to get into 6. So, yes, it depends on the way the car is set up, but overall, I think that if you were to go and poll everybody, you'd find that.
Well, so with the Spec Miatas, here's that battle now side by side as they go down into turn number 1. There again, that is the battle for 7th between Cavill and Glenn Evans. Great fight going on there. When you come down the hill, Brian, coming through turn 4, the chute here at Summit Point, going into turn 5, that is the fastest turn on the course for these drivers.
Yep.
The corner directly after turn 5 is pretty much it's one of the slowest. It's the second slowest corner on the course. It is much more advantageous to carry 115 or 116 miles an hour down into that braking zone than 110 because you've had to take the car and crank the car all the way over driver's right. And so we see, for example, the Miatas, they will typically come down the center of track. They're making a compromise so that they can get the car rotated. We tell front-wheel drive racers, and we'll probably see this with our improved touring racers out there, to let the car track all the way out, carry as much speed down the hill, because they can use that curbing to help rotate the car.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. So, again, a lot of different ways to drive it. The one thing that you won't see, except in a driver's school, are drivers sticking the car all the way to driver's right to make the most out of the slow turn 5.
Our leaders now completing, got 4 laps to go, and, that lead has still been the same, about a second over with John Hotz and Michael Abitoff. I'll tell you what, Greg, John Hotz goes fastest lap last time by, so that can only guarantee that Michael Abitoff's going to go faster this lap. Right? It's that odd even lap. They're actually going to come up on the back end of that 108 James Mann here as we look down. There is James Mann in the 108 just now going through turn 5. Hotz is going to go ahead and get him. And again, if you're John Hotz, you've got to make sure that pass sets up at the right time.
All right, real quick here, another great battle coming up that we're watching. They're going through turn 3 right now. Great job, Spencer. That's just what I wanted you to jump to. That is John Jenkins and Robert Cahall. Cahall had just gotten around the 195 car. Cahall, who we saw go off a little bit earlier in the red 178, and then Jenkins, it's kind of in the grayish 195. A little surprised to see Jenkins back where he is here. He had some very strong races last year here at Summit Point, and he's very, very strong, Brian. We saw up at New Jersey Motorsports Park, both on the Lightning and also the Thunderbolt circuit. So we'll see if he can get back around Cahall here to retake 9th position.
A little bit of brake lock up on that right rear from that 21 of Michael Abitoff. Not faster, was able to catch the James Mann machine kind of in an unorthodox position coming through turn 10, so that slowed him up a little bit. John Hotz now opening up that gap to almost 2 seconds. So he was able to get by that 108 machine of James Mann in an ideal spot. Greg, I'm going to drop back just a little bit. We're going to pick him up coming out of turn 2, headed up into turn 3, and that's going to be the Ted Cahall and the Kip Gaynor. That is going to be for 4th. Wow. Ted Cahall able to get around Kip going into turn 1 and coming out of turn 2. Wow. So, again, throw now Ted Cahall into that 4th position. You see them now coming down on the hill into turn 5 on your screen, opening up by about a half a car length there. We'll see whether or not they're going to be able to hold on to that, but Gaynor looks like he's a little bit faster right here through this section. You can see as he starts to gain and move up a little bit. to Ted Cahall in that 78 machine. But I think getting down into turn 1 and getting up out of turn 2 is a little bit better for Cahall right now.
Yeah, and something to look for there. And he's a couple car lengths back, Brian. And I don't think with only 2 laps remaining here, 1 lap, the next time our leaders, Hotz and Apatow, cross the start-finish line. But James Linenthal starting to make up some ground. But let's jump back over here as we take a look at this fight going down into turn 1 between Butts and Cahall.
Now Gaynor and Cahall.
Oh, I'm sorry, Gaynor and Cahall. Sorry about that.
Yeah, so Gaynor gets out of turn 10 just a lot more, a little bit cleaner. I don't want to say it's better. It's
right.
A little bit cleaner than Ted Cahall. They're both getting through turn 10, but Gaynor gets through there a little bit more and was able to close up on the back bumper. But as they come out of turn 2, that's where Ted Cahall in that 78 machine gets a little bit better drive off and is able to keep Gaynor a little bit further back behind him. Now, when we get down in here, down into turn 5, we'll see the difference in lines and we'll see whether or not Gaynor, you see Gaynor move back over to the traditional line, Greg, in there. And what ends up happening is Cahall's able to cut that drive off where he's able to get in. So that kind of holds him up, which means Gaynor probably can't get on the throttle as quickly as he wants into the center of that to get that thing ready to get settled to get into turn 6.
All right, our leader now coming out of turn 10. And Brian, this is a huge surprise because in the last 2 laps, we have seen John Hotz now open up almost, I think, almost a 5-second advantage over Michael Apatow. Now, John Hotz, your leader in Spec Miata with really nothing ahead and very little behind, has less than 2 miles to go to take this initial Spec Miata win. Michael Apatow, the word I heard is he went off at turn 4.
We've got side by side here now going down into turn 1 here between Gaynor and Cahall. We'll see whether or not, but you see Cahall makes a move to the left and then makes a move back to the right. That almost slowed it up a little bit there, Greg. That's a little bit too far.
He's using that to try to get the car rotated, Brian, but in doing so, what he ends up doing is driving a much longer distance, and that's given Kip Gaynor the advantage now as they come into turn 3. Now, this is the battle for just off the podium. In 4th is Jeremy Butts, and that's red, black, and white number 69 machine is almost 10 seconds clear of this battle, but let's continue to watch. That slower car just ahead of lapped traffic as they come down into turn 5 here with just a little bit of time remaining here as we work our last lap. So we have John Hotz now coming out of turn 8 up the hill, and actually he's just now come out of turn 10 onto the front straight. Watching Apatow just come under the bridge. John Hotz, he is going to be your winner today. Michael Apatow will finish 2nd. Jeremy Butts, who in the last lap ran almost a full second faster, actually the last 2 laps, almost a full second faster than Michael Apatow. He's going to take the last step on the podium. Let's jump back to that battle for 4th.
I'll tell you what, let's throw Gaynor, let's throw Cahall. Now let's throw James Linenthal. As they were battling side by side with Kip Gaynor and Ted Cahall, James Linenthal made up almost a full 1.5 seconds on that battle there. Between those two for the 4th position. So give 4th position to Kip Gaynor. Ted Cahall is going to finish 5th, and James Linenthal is going to come into 6th. But what a move by Linenthal to turn around and run and catch that group.
All right, so great run there. It's Hotz, Apatow, Butts, your top 3. Kip Gaynor finishing in 4th just off the podium with Ted Cahall 5th. James Linenthal, and Brian, we saw that. I mean, Linenthal had great pace, and as soon as Gaynor and Cahall started fighting the last couple of laps, Linenthal was on that last lap. Linenthal was 2.5 seconds faster than Gaynor and Cahall. Glenn Evans, he finishes 7th. Robert Cahall finishes 8th. Jonathan Cavell will finish 9th. John Jenkins will round out the top 10. And the battle between father and daughter, well, first off, Michael Cohen won that fight, but Shauna LaMena beats out Michael LaMena. Cohen finished 11th. Shauna LaMena 12th. Michael LaMena, as always, lucky to be 13th. All right, so let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 6. That's Improved Touring and B-Spec. Improved Touring and B-Spec racers, please head to the grid. All right, so we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we got 3 more races to go here this afternoon. But we want to first thank one of our great partners bringing you all the action here from Summit Point Raceway, and that is Belmont Classic Cars.
Belmont Classic Cars is a family-owned classic and collector car dealership located in Eastern Ohio, specializing in 1960s and 70s American muscle cars and other unique automobiles. Belmont takes pride in taking you back to a simpler time with iconic classic rides and never selling anything that they wouldn't want in their own collection. To see Belmont's extensive inventory of classic cars, visit their website at belmontclassiccars.com or find them on Facebook and Instagram at Belmont Classic.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, everybody, for the April MARRS presented by OG Racing and the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati. We've got Spencer Gaynor here pushing all the buttons. So he'll be a little bit more reliable this race now that his dad isn't out there on track. He doesn't have to follow just that one race. Anyway, we've got 3 more races remaining here this afternoon, Brian, and we've got Improved Touring and B-Spec coming up next. Then we've got SSM, and then we're going to wrap things up with Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. And I don't think we have any Spec Racer 4 Gen 2 cars here this weekend. Yep, they're all Spec Racer 4 Gen 3s. Those are going to be our 3 last races of the afternoon. But let's now talk about Improved Touring and B-Spec, where we had 14 drivers set qualifying times as the pace car is heading out right now with one real big surprise. We'll talk about that in a second, but let's run down the starting order.
All right, starting in 14th position, the number 15 from Mountaintop, Pennsylvania, that's Joseph Gretsch. Starting in the 13th position from Alexandria, Virginia, the 97 of Barry Brown. Starting in the 12th position from Springfield, Virginia, that's the 73 of Zechariah Kovark. Starting in 11th position, our lonely B-Spec from Leesburg, Virginia, that's Garrett Bowser. Starting in the 10th position from Darnestown, Maryland, in his ITB 02 machine, that's Jonathan Kinberg. Starting in the 9th position, your pole sitter in ITB from Pasadena, Maryland, that's the 89 of Alton Fryer III.
And Brian, he did that with the trunk at a 45, the trunk lid at a 45 degree
angle. He was getting some
angle.
downforce there, so that's why. So Mr. Kinberg may have something to say about that. Starting in 8th position, starting 5th in ITA from Walkersville, Maryland, that's the 78 of Philip Rule. Starting in the 7th position, your 4th place starter in ITA, that's the 9, again from Mountaintop, Pennsylvania, that's John Gretsch. Starting in the 6th position, in 3rd in ITA, that's the 41 of David Lanning from Richmond, Virginia. Starting in the number 5 position, the number 2 position in ITA from Harpers Ferry, West Virginia, that's the 31 of Joel Gambino. Starting in the 4th position, your number 3 starter in ITS, we've seen this car a couple times, from Bowie, Maryland, and this driver in the 127 of Mark Liller. Starting in the 3rd position, your number 2 starter in ITS, from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, the 00 of Jeffrey Lucas. And starting on the pole in ITS and in number 2 position from Purcellville, Virginia, that's Waldo, the number 5 of Chris Childs. Starting on the pole in ITA, the number 1 from Charlestown, West Virginia, and a backup driver at this point
we'll talk
for
about that
Daniel Freeman, who is injured. That is Morgan Burkhardt.
So you're saying Dan Freeman is injured. All right. So a couple things here. Joel Gambino, he is our 2023 ITA MARRS champion, and as you mentioned, he's going to be starting all the way back at 5th position. Morgan Burkhardt, who put a Spec Racer Ford on the pole at the National Championship runoffs this past year, he is going to be on the pole. He was, Brian, in qualifying 1/1000th of a second off of the ITA track record, and we've got a car that's pulled off over at turn 5. We'll get the car number on that in just a moment. Here, one of our ITA Miatas that pulled off, but track record that was set by Brian Price back in 2010. Morgan Burkhardt was 1/1000th of a second off of it at a 1:24.488. The track record, a .487. Green flag is in the air, and we are back racing here at Summit Point as Morgan Burkhardt trying to hold that pole. He's got an ITS car, Jeff Lucas, directly behind, and Lucas, not much of a front bumper on the front of that 240Z, but he is pushing Morgan Burkhardt down into turn number 1 as Chris Childs tries to find his way around from the outside. Should mention that Childs, the ITS Mazda MX-5 that he's racing, that is the car. That is the car that Camden Gruber reset the ITS track record on in, I believe, last year. We'll get the timing on that. Set it last April, actually this April, at the majors at a 1:23.635.
Yeah.
Actually, it wasn't set at the majors. It was set at this event last year.
Right. A year from this weekend.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's no way to make that sound right.
Yeah,
all right.
Not sure which car that is. We'll try to get a number here. But our leaders now, Morgan Burkhardt in that one, in that Daniel Freeman machine. That's going to be your overall leader. Chris Childs got a pretty good start right up in behind him. But I tell you what, Greg, he locked him up pretty heavy
hard.
going down into turn 1 right off the start there. And Jeffrey Lucas able to let him in and let this settle out just a little bit before they start to battle, because they were really, really close in times, within a couple tenths of each other.
All right, as our leaders now come onto the front straight and completing lap number 1 is our leader. That is going to be Morgan Burkhardt here with Chris Childs, our ITS leader, running second. Then Jeff Lucas, Mark Liller rounding out the top 4. That's also your top 3 in ITS. Driver that appears to have be down over by turn 6 that did not make it past the pace lap. I believe that is John Gretsch in the number 9 Mazda Miata out of Mountaintop, Pennsylvania. We saw he had the hood up on the car. He's taking a look at it over there. But this race is going to go by pretty darn quickly. I don't know if he's going to get that thing back out.
Well, it looks like he's gotten out of the car. So it looks like he's officially done, but he has gotten out of the car. And unfortunately, we have lost our turn 1 camera. So another cameraman that has decided to leave us during a very important race.
Brian, we don't pay well. So,
they decided to drop.
Club racing.
Drop it and run.
That's right.
But, we talked about Chris Childs in that number 5 machine. Again, the second time through there, a lot of brake lockup on that right front. So maybe having a little bit of brake problems on that, really getting in there. Again, this is the first time Chris Childs has run this car this weekend, so he's still getting used to it. We noticed during qualifying he had a little bit of a challenge there as well with some of the brakes. So again, not used to his Miata that he's running. We'll see whether or not, but I can almost guarantee you that right front is going to have a flat spot if he continues and does it one more time. Again, you can't see it on your camera, but they're headed down into turn 1 now. We'll see it, and there it is again.
Yeah, big rear, and that's rear brake lockup there from the number 5 machine.
That's the right front.
Is it the right front?
That is the right front that locked up.
The right rear that was locking up, but regardless, it's causing him to some big challenges there as Jeff Lucas now is definitely on a charge. Jeff Lucas closing things down on the number 5 machine as Morgan Burkhardt, and this is the first time we've seen an ITA car, I think probably in a good 15 years, lead this group, Brian, but Morgan Burkhardt now down to a 125.394. That's still about a second off the track record. We'll see if he can get down there. Obviously, it was a lot cooler this morning when that car went out on track. Running second in ITA, Joel Gambino. He is 5th overall at the moment and lapping almost 3 seconds off of Burkhardt's pace. David Lanning in the white with red number 41 machine. He is currently running 3rd. In the battle in ITB, John Kimber currently your leader. And we'll jump in on this ITB race momentarily with the 2 BMW 2002s. They're in very close proximity.
We'll have to see. Maybe, know.
And I think we're seeing them now come out of turn 7. Let's take a look if that is them. I believe it is. Yep, here come the 2002s. That is Kinberg in the bronze and yellow machine, the 02 machine, the silver 89 of Fryer. Next, we've got one of our Miatas now coming down the pit lane, Brian.
That is actually Philip Rule.
Okay, so that is the number 78 machine. He was running 7th. just behind David Lanning. He's now obviously going to drop down through the order as his day is now done.
Tell you what, that ITS battle, Greg, that is really shaping up. We just talked about that here in the opening. Those two cars during qualifying were within tenths of each other. Well, now they're within half a car length as they head up over the hill, and they're getting ready to come down into turn 5. You'll see them between Jeffrey Lucas and Chris Childs. There they are in turn 5. Childs leads by about half a car length going through there. We'll have to take a look here when they come through turn 6 and get ready to head up through the carousel there. But I tell you what, it looks like Childs is able to get through turn 5 a little bit better right now than Lucas as they pass the car sitting down there. That looks like that may be, like you said, the 9.
Yeah, that's the 9 of Gretsch, and he may have that car ready to go out and complete its first lap. Possibly, actually, it looks like now one of the flag marshals there is taking a look at that machine, so maybe not quite ready yet. But here's that battle for the lead in ITS now, Brian, coming out of turn 10, and it really shows where the much more nimble NC Series Mazda MX-5 really opens things up over Lucas's Datsun down in the lower portion of the course. The Datsun, though, I mean, obviously we see here, it's got a heck of a lot more top end. He closes down and knocks off almost 4 car lengths of that gap just before they get the braking zone in 1, and I'm sure Childs is being pretty soft on the pedal given those brake lockup issues going down into turn 1.
Right. He's probably not used to the car, but with those brakes. Tell you what, Greg, let's pick up going down, and we're not going to be able to see this on the screen, but we'll pick them up when they come out of turn 2, and that is that ITB battle between Kinberg and Alton Fryer III. They were side by side last time when they crossed the start-finish line. We'll see where they are when we come up out of turn 2 here. Again, it looks like maybe Fryer is going to get ahead of Kinberg.
Attention in the paddock. Attention the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 7 SSM. Please head to the grid. Race group number 7 SSM. Please head to the grid now. Your race is next.
And you saw that on your screen. So where Alton Fryer got around Jonathan Kinberg coming out of turn 2 and up into turn 3, he went 4 wheels off, driver's right into the gravel trap. There you see Kinberg getting back around. So pretty, I'll say, hairy and scary situation right there, because those BMWs, they can get a little top heavy when you go through that gravel like that. That is not a place you want to be. Unless
my scooter didn't like it.
Well, I was going to say, unless Alton was kind of go through there to kick up the trunk to go a little bit faster, like he did in practice.
It was funny to watch that, because I had flashbacks to his son Kevin Fryer and his rookie year, because he was racing in his own BMW 2002 and ended up getting an impact from the rear and drove almost the entire race like Alton with the trunk up, except knowing Alton, I'm sure he probably just forgot to close it before he put the car on the grid.
Well, he's right back in there crossing the start-finish line. It looks like he's going to try to make that move, but it looked like Kinberg stayed to the right and Alton went to the left of drivers. Now they're going to go down in side by side. Kinberg's going to get the position. Unfortunately, you can't see that, but it looks like Kinberg's going to be able to hold off that position. But coming out of turn 10, it looks like Kinberg stayed to driver's right, moved back across the start-finish line, and Fryer went to the left, your normal line down the front stretch, but then just couldn't hold on to it, and there they go again, up out of turn 3.
Wow, and you can
up
see
over the hill,
and you can see how early Alton Fryer turns in at turn 3. He's got to really crank that car back across the curbing on exit, that he loses a lot of speed just as when he needs it to come down the hill here, and continually about 3/4 of a car length back from Kinberg under braking in the 5.
Yeah. Hey, real quick note, Greg, you mentioned this, John Gretsch in that 9 machine getting ready to come back out. You can see it there the next time we go on turn 6 camera. That car's gone. He did make a lap here, so he is running, so not sure what happened with that on the start, but he was able to get that fixed right there. So,
and Brian, we've got a local caution down at turn 1, and I apologize. I know we don't have the camera working over there. I'm going to try and get the call and find out what's going on down there.
Well, there is a car off on driver's left, exiting out of turn, right in the kind of the center, but almost to exit of turn 2. That car is not really in a good position.
All right, and it is the 73 machine, Brian, that is off there. That is Zachariah Kovarik. in the ITA Mazda Miata. He's out of Springfield, Virginia, and I believe Zach is a rookie here this season, his very first season. And yeah, he's off driver's left. Looks like something ailing that car over there.
We'll have to wait and see. Just as a reminder, we are not doing hot pulls here this weekend. So, well, again, it's up to the corner worker's discretion whether or not he's in a bad spot. Looking at that where, again, you cannot see that on the camera. If we show it, turn 2, you may be able to see it.
Right.
You can see it just down to the right of the camera. He is there, of whether or not we need to get that moved. But if you get a side-by-side battle through there and you've got a standing yellow in one, it's going to basically...
that whole zone there, because you can't pass until you get past the incident. So we will see how things play out, if they're going to leave him there or not. And the flaggers over at turn 1, Brian, are saying that they think that he's a little bit too close for comfort. So we are going to be going to a full course caution here at Summit Point Raceway, as our emergency services workers, once they're under control of the safety car, they will, our emergency services workers will then go to try and retrieve that machine and move it out of the way. But we are now under full course caution, and let's try to find out where our leader is, Morgan Burkhardt. And he's coming under the bridge. So we've got the safety car up at the top of the pit lane. He's going to, here comes Morgan Burkhardt in that black number 1 Mazda Miata. The safety car will pick him up.
As our pace car, as Morgan slows down coming out of turn 10, you hear our pace car driver, Graham, going, "I got him. He's all mine." Like Graham's going to race with him.
And speaking about new equipment, Brian, check out the spoiler, or probably the rear wing on the back of the pace car now. Bright yellow spoiler on the trunk of that Pontiac. That is, well, it's fetching. I'm sure it allows him much more grip going through turn 1 when he's got the entire field behind him, as we now see our emergency services workers starting to deploy to go pick up the Kavaric machine, the 73 Mazda Miata, the RP Performance machine, out of turn 2.
Yeah, just off the edge of driver's left there, kind of in the center of 1 and 2, almost the exit of turn 2.
Right.
So,
all right, let's make another call to the grid for our next group, Brian, probably our largest race group of the day. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 7. SSM, please head to the grid. SSM drivers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, so now all of our racers, they are working their way, trying to catch up and close that pack down, basically all to get behind the safety car in order to give our emergency services workers as much room and time as possible in order to work the incident. They have arrived on scene. I think you can, it's off in the distance, obviously, but I think you can see where the lights are flashing at the top of the emergency services vehicle over there.
as the rest of our group starts to catch up, the last car that will catch that field will be that, the B-Spec car. But we've got the, our ITB cars and that, and then you've got some of the other ones that will be catching up. They're just now going through turn 5. Our field now is coming up out of turn 9, getting ready to come up the hill. So it looks like all of those cars will catch the back of the field. So,
and getting word now that they do have the Kavaric machine, the 73 car, hooked up. They're going to start pulling him, and they are bringing him down. You can see there down the short chute between turns 2 and 3. They'll come over to one of these crossover roads and bring him into the paddock. So as the safety car is bringing Morgan Burkhardt and the rest of the field out of turn 10 right now, we'll likely have this lap now just starting under caution. Lap number 9 under caution, and hopefully lap number 10 will be back to green flag racing.
Yeah, it looks like our whole entire field get there. It looks like I'm not sure where the 89 is passing the 97 unless they knew that they needed to move him up. So
Yep.
Sure.
And word from race control now, Brian, is for the safety car to turn off the lights and come into the pits this next time by. It's going to take a few moments as they are now just going into our dead zone. Turn 1. Hey, I thought you were going to do from Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
No.
All right, so we'll be going back to, as I said, green flag racing. That will give us 5 laps remaining, Brian, here. So lots more time. And, of course, this has the added advantage of closing the field up. So Mark Liller, who had fallen considerably off the pace of both Chris Childs and Jeff Lucas, he's now right back in this fight. And Joel Gambino and David Lanning are going to be tightened up once again as well. The question is whether or not Gambino and Lanning could find a way around 3 ITS cars to get up to Morgan Burkhardt.
Well, keep in mind, the first 3 laps of this race, we saw Chris Childs lock up that right front tire, that right rear, or in the second lap case, both of them,
right?
Going down in there. So Jeffrey Lucas has got to be salivating a little bit, thinking, "Okay, I've got you now.
Yeah,
that's where I want." But again, as the race has gone on, Chris has gotten a little bit better with that. So
sure.
It may be. So we'll have to see the start.
But also one of the weak spots on the Datsuns, Brian, they don't have vented front rotors, is actually the braking on those Datsun 240Zs. Now, Lucas has the advantage as the pace car now on the pit lane, turning the field back over to Morgan Burkhardt, is that Lucas has had a couple of laps to cool those brakes down, but he's not going to be able to push all that hard at this point either, as the green flag is back in the air and we are back underway. And Chris Childs now, he's going to try to get past Morgan Burkhardt going into turn 1, as now, as we have Childs, he is still poking to the inside of Burkhardt. Burkhardt's going to cut across his nose, Brian, and that allows Jeff Lucas to pull right alongside of Chris Childs as they come into turn 2.
And Jeffrey Lucas goes driver's left, goes 2 wheels off. You can't see it on your camera. You can see a little bit of the smoke in turn 2, but you can see it. He has dropped all the way back behind the 127 of Mark Liller in that machine, but Jeffrey Lucas going 2 wheels driver's left off in the dirt, able to keep it going, but he has now fallen well back. He's going to have some work to do if he wants to get back up behind Chris Childs.
Yeah, so the question now is whether or not Mark Liller, who's your new second-place racer in ITS, whether he can get up close to the 5 machine right now. He is about 3 car lengths back. Lucas, though, he is very close behind Mark Liller. Now, of course, this 127 machine, Brian, I'm fairly certain is the same T4 car that we have seen. It is definitely down on power and also, more importantly, I think, down on suspension capabilities compared to the ITS cars.
Well, I tell you what, though, Mark Liller's going to make that Miata as wide as possible when Lucas gets back up to him.
Yes.
Because I think that Lucas will be able to get to him as they are coming out of turn number 10 now and heading down the front stretch.
Brian, and the other big change here is that David Lanning has gotten around Joel Gambino.
Right.
So the white number 41 on that restart, move him up to second in ITA, move our reigning champion back now into third. And Barry Brown's starting to close things up just a little bit as well. Alton Fryer, our new leader in ITB, is John Kinberg with, I would say, probably a pretty miserable restart. Joseph Gretchen, his ITA Miata, is able to get around Kinberg. He's sitting right now between he and Alton Fryer.
Yeah. We had one car that, again, went 2 wheels driver's left off, kind of into the dirt, but continued. Not sure which number that was. It looks like everybody's able to escape, so there's no car down there. But, again, drivers pushing the limit here, especially going into turn, and unfortunately you can't see it, down into turn 1, but really trying to push through it.
All right. Well, I was going to say, here's that battle in ITB coming down the hill. There's Alton Fryer, and then behind Fryer, there's the green 15 of Gretsch, Jonathan Kinberg in the 02, very close behind. We'll watch this for a little bit. The ITB cars, you can see Kinberg now almost 3 car lengths back from our new leader in ITB, and that I don't want to say that that's an impossible amount to make up, but it's going to be very, very challenging for him.
Go ahead.
I would say, as Jeff Lucas now coming onto the front straight, there is Chris Childs, our ITS leader. Jeff Lucas getting around Mark Liller, so move Lucas back up into second place. But, Brian, I think the damage obviously has been done as Chris Childs now with about 10 car lengths on Jeff Lucas.
And you talked about the David Lanning and the Joel Gambino in ITA for second. Well, Joel Gambino has now gotten around David Lanning, so put Joel Gambino back into second place or in front of David Lanning for that second position in ITA. But as you said, Jeff Lucas getting back around Mark Lillard now. We'll see whether or not he can run down. Let's see whether or not he can run down Chris Childs.
Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 7. That is SSM. Please head to the grid. SSM racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, let's watch this battle now. Coming down under braking, Brian, going into turn 5. That is just ahead of our ITB leaders. That was, I think, Joel Gambino, or probably David Lanning with Barry Brown. As Brown had a very good restart. He was right up in that fight as well.
Looks like that may be John Gretchen at 7, but again, several laps down there. But
yeah,
he, from the yellow, from the double yellow, he was able to get right on the back bumper there of Barry Brown. They've been going at it afterwards.
Yeah.
So, John Gretchen's probably thinking, man, if only this car would have stayed running under the pace lap.
If only I could have made it to the green flag.
And
yeah,
Greg,
there you go.
I tell you what, we talked about this. I'm going to have Spencer switch over to turn 2 camera coming out, or turn 3 camera coming out, because last time by, again, we talked about this with Chris Childs. He locked it up. Jeffrey Lucas is right on the back bumper, about a car length and a half now as it opens up. And with Childs goes a little bit left.
He went over the curbing at the apex and took a lot of the dirt there. Lost a lot of momentum coming out of turn number 3. Let's take a look as they come down the hill under braking. And again, this is going to be, that's kind of the Achilles heel of the Datsun. That's the hardest braking corner on the course. And it should be a corner where the Mazda has a big advantage. We know that Childs has been having braking issues there as it is, but this is where Childs now opens things up, and we can see there, just coming through turn 6B, otherwise known as turn 7, just in that little section, Childs opens up almost 2 car lengths on Lucas now as they head up the hill. All right, coming out of turn 10 and onto the front straight now, just ahead of this fight, Morgan Burkhardt, he gets the 1 to go. He has had a command over this entire race group all morning long, or all afternoon long here, as the battle for the lead in ITS now crosses the start-finish line with Chris Childs building up about a 1-second advantage over Jeff Lucas.
Yeah. So we'll pick up that battle again between Chris Childs and Jeffrey Lucas. Again, it's still about a car length and a half, as it looks like Chris Childs gets what he needs coming out of turn 2. We'll see him going back into turn 3 again, see if he does it again. And Greg, he does do it again where that left rear hits all the way
over the top of the curbing there at the apex.
Using the corner, I think, to get through the exit of that turn to help the car, basically get situated and back in a straight line.
All right, and so this is where that red Mazda has the advantage. He was able to hold off Lucas going into turn 5. There's our overall leader, Morgan Burkhardt, now coming through turn 6B. Let's watch this fight here. And Brian, this is where the red number 5 always ends up stretching its legs. And you can see right there, he continues to accelerate and open up almost a 3-car length advantage from what was a 1-car length advantage now as they start to head up the hill. And I think this is going to be insurmountable with only a quarter of a lap remaining for Jeff Lucas to take the win. Speaking of taking the win, with a checkered flag in the air, your ITA winner today, Morgan Burkhardt. And now here comes that battle for the win in ITS. Take a look at the front stripe. Here they come as they crest over the top of the hill and taking the win. Margin of victory in ITS, 103 thousandths, 1/10 of a second. Chris Childs is your winner. Jeff Lucas will finish second. Mark Liller will come home third in class. In ITA, it is Joel Gambino. He finishes second. David Lanning will finish third. Barry Brown crosses the stripe. He finishes just off the podium, fourth in ITA. And now we've got our ITB leader, Brian, coming out of turn 10 all by himself onto the front straight. Didn't need that trunk wing today. Taking the win in ITB, Alton Fryer out of Pasadena, Maryland. and still waiting to see if I think John Kinberg. We'll probably see him. Kinberg really dropped off the pace in the last couple of laps. And a matter of fact, I think he may have. We didn't see him come down the pit lane, but I'm showing him as being 3 laps down.
Yeah,
and he retired very soon after that restart. He might have broken something on the restart.
Yeah, I heard a lot of chatter on the radio. Wasn't able to pick it up. They were talking about something, and I think he may be off in the track somewhere. I don't know. I don't remember seeing him come down the pit lane, but with my back turned, looking down at turn 1, since we have no camera, may have missed him going through there.
All right, so quickly, let's run things down in ITA. Burkhardt, Gambino, Lanning, your top 3. Barry Brown, Joseph Gretsch rounds out the top 5. In ITS, it's Chris Childs, Jeff Lucas, and Mark Lower. In ITB, Fryer and Kinberg, and your sole driver today in B-Spec, finishing. And a great run for the B-Spec driver, Garrett Bowser, finishing 10th overall. So that will wrap up Improved Touring. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next race group, which I think I already said it was the final call, but I lied. Final call to the grid for race group number 7, SSM. SSM drivers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, so let's do this. Let's take another quick break, and thanks to our partners and sponsors that are bringing you the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series this 2024 season, like our title sponsor this weekend, OG Racing.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com. OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, everybody, and the April MARRS presented by OG Racing and the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati. We got Spencer Gaynor here helping us out and pushing all the buttons and giving you all the great views today. And no, it's not his fault. He was not the one that ran off our turn one cameraman. So
Kicked him out. Kicked him out of his perch.
That was all Brian and I with our lofty expectations. And they're gone. All right, next up, our 7th of 8 races today, and it is one that I know many of you, probably most of you, have been waiting for. It is SSM, and big things here as our drivers are heading out for their pace lap now. SSM, now big news here in the Washington, D.C. region in the MARRS series. We have new sponsorship from Toyo. Toyo Tires, Brian.
There you go.
If we have is going to be giving Toyo bucks, basically awards towards purchasing tires from Toyo. Of course, all of our SSM drivers race on the Toyo RA1. If we give away these prizes for every single race this year in the MARRS series, and we give away awards towards the purchase of tires to if we have 30 plus starters like we do today, we probably will all season long, to drivers that finish 1st through 4th position and 10th through 14th position. If you finish 1st in your SSM race here, you will receive 600 Toyo bucks. So that gives you the opportunity of making essentially $1,200 towards the purchase of Toyo tires if you sweep a weekend, and that is absolutely amazing. If you finish 14th, you'll get 100 bucks per race. It is a great program from Toyo. We want to thank the region for bringing that up, and also Kalen Crocker, who did a lot of work on that this season. All right, so our racers, they're out on their first of 2 pace laps. We had 39 drivers above that 30-car threshold. Turn in times in qualifying. Let's run down the starting order. Starting 39th from Ashburn, Virginia, John Grayor. Starting 38th out of Mount Joy, Pennsylvania, James Roberts. Angela Jago is starting 37th. She's out of Midland, Michigan. And again, her sponsor is husband. Ray Heath. Ray Heath.
Better than boyfriend.
That's right. Starting 36th today, he's out of Mechanicsville, Virginia, with Jack Cullum starting 35th. Jack is driving the number 39 machine. He's from right outside the gates in Charlestown, West Virginia. Chris Tilton is from Leesburg. He starts 34th today in the 36 machine. Rich Ura out of Fairfax will start 33rd. He is driving the 61 car. Florence Solaru is starting 32nd today in the number 27 machine, with Chris Schooler starting 31st. He's driving the 35 car. We've got longtime racer Steve Wolfson in the number 24 machine. He's out of Leesburg, Virginia. He starts 30th with Vic Bruni. Mick Bruni out of Haymarket, Virginia. He starts 29th today, driving the number 2 car. Rookie Ryan Lawrence is going to start 28th. Ryan is out of Bowie, Maryland. He drives the 74 car with Michael Monahan. He starts 27th today. He's in the 44 car. Kevin Gaiman is out of Downingtown, Pennsylvania. He drives the 113 Mazda Miata. He starts 26th. Starting 25th, Jay Bindrum. He's in the 88 car. Emil Dugaru is going to start 24th today. He's in the number 85 machine. He's out of Nokesville, Virginia. I want to wish him luck. He was my student at driver's school and looking for good things from Emil. Miranda Price starts 23rd. She's out of Strasburg, Virginia. She is in the 808 car. Dylan Adeli out of Herndon, Virginia. He drives the number 71 machine. He starts 22nd. With Tom Bourne in the 17 car. He's out of Warrenton, Virginia. He starts 21st. Adam Volatile will start 20th today. He's in the number 04 Mazda Miata. He's out of Sykesville, Maryland, with Ben Sarley in that newly painted machine. Brian, looked very pretty. See how long that lasts. He's out of Millersville, Maryland. He's in the 199 car and starts 19th. David Fierstein, he will start 18th today. He's out of New York, and he drives the number 25. Ryan Franklin's in the 37 car. He's out of Frederick, Maryland. He starts 17th. Jordan Fuhrman, he's in the 8 car. He's out of Wrightsville, Pennsylvania. It's the meme lord there, Jordan Fuhrman. He starts 16th. Isaac Crandall, starting 29th today. He is in he's in the 29 car. He starts 15th. He's from Baldwinsville, New York. Jonathan Franklin's in the 23 car. The Frederick, Maryland driver starts 14th. Arif Kazem will start 13th today. He's out of Silver Spring and drives the 98 car. With Callan Crocker, he starts 12th today. He's in the number 123 machine. He's from Herndon, Virginia. John Hotz, he was our Spec Miata winner earlier today. He starts 11th in SSM. He's out of Sparks, Glencoe, Maryland. He's in the 63 car. Isaac Jordan from Weehawken, New Jersey will start 10th in the number 46, while Scott O'Rourke from Baltimore, Maryland, he's in the 32 car, starting 9th. Starting 8th in the 121 Mazda Miata from Washington, D.C., Frank Taberzi. Andy O'Brien's out of Richmond. He starts 7th in the 14 car. Nate Lucas, that's Jeff's son, is going to start 6th today. He's in the number 67 Miata. He's out of Silver Spring, Maryland. And as the lights go out on the pace car, let's run down the top 5. Jamison Huffman in the 89 Miata. He's out of Herndon, Virginia, with Dave Biegert starting on the outside of row number 2. He starts 4th. He's out of Warrenton, Virginia. He drives the number 1. Jonathan Evans, he's going to start 3rd today. He's out of Leesburg and drives the 42 car. And so with your front row, we got Neil O'Rourke. He starts 2nd. He's out of Baltimore, Maryland. He drives the 06 Mazda Miata. And your pole sitter today out of Dayton, Maryland, with a qualifying time of 128.955, Ryan Maloney.
We've been missed. If we said we're not missing the 10 of Ben Jones, we are missing you. I know you're not here this weekend. Not sure if you are racing this year, but we do miss you if you are watching.
All right. As our leaders now come under the bridge, pace car is on the pit lane, turning things over to Ryan Maloney. The starter looks over the field as they come up to that acceleration zone. Maloney starts to pick up speed, and green flag is in the air. SSM Racing here at Summit Point as the field starts to make their way down towards turn number 1. And look at this field, Brian. Almost 20 rows of racers all in a row going down into turn 1. I wish our photographer was still down there to see it.
Well, he's on a union break, but I'll tell you what, we've got cars, and Greg, we've got a couple cars that have spun in the center of turn 1. I can tell you that it looks like the 89 Jameson Huffman was one of those cars that may have gotten on the back bumper of somebody, but that ended up turning somebody, but that has gone through. It looks like everybody's going to continue, but there is one car, Greg, it is one of the white ones. Looks like that car now is going to continue as well, but that car went from the middle of the front all the way back to the back. And we'll see it because here they come now out of there. We'll try to pick that up to see who that car is, but that car did get completely in a 360 and able to continue.
Well, we just saw the 89 machine come down into turn 5 about mid-pack, so Jameson Huffman lost a lot of positions.
Right, and the 121 Frank DeBerzi was the one that got spun down in the middle of turn 1, but he has continued, but he is going to be seconds back.
Okay, so yeah, and that is almost the kiss of death here in such a large field, Brian, in very similarly matched cars. The difference with SSM versus SM is these are all NA Miatas, all 1.6 liter Miatas. They have sealed engines and transmissions, and they are only allowed a very limited power range that they
Right.
get dynoed before every season in order to make sure that they are right in that power window. I think a max of 108 horsepower to the wheels as Neil O'Rourke completes the first lap is our leader. The Baltimore, Maryland driver gets around our pole sitter, Ryan Maloney. But, Brian, they are down nose to tail as they were going down into turn one. Jonathan Evans and Dave Biegert there running third and fourth with Nate Lucas running in fifth. He takes over that position that the 89 machine of Huffman gave up.
And Greg, a little bit further back, we've got Andy O'Brien, and then you throw in the 46 there. That is going to be Isaac Jordan. They were side by side coming up through turns 2 and out into turn 3. I tell you what, they were kind of hitting side to side there, which is something you really don't want to see. But they are going to lose some time as well.
So Brian, we've got David Fierstein's fan club, and I think not just fan club, but his sponsors in the chat. It is the Pacific Kelp Company. There you go. I want a kickback by mentioning.
There you go.
He came off a podium at the October MARRS at New Jersey Motorsports Park. Obviously looking to repeat here this weekend in that white with red and blue 08 machine.
Tell you what, here comes our leaders out of turn 10. It is still Neil O'Rourke, Ryan Maloney, and now throw in Jonathan Evans in there. That's going to be your front three. Then you've got a little bit further back, David Biegert, and then Nathan Lucas. Now, in qualifying, we saw where Ryan Maloney and Neil O'Rourke really worked together. Ryan Maloney got a good start out in that qualifying session, and then it was allowing Neil O'Rourke to catch up so they could set that fast time and get up there. So those two look like they're going to work together. They're going to try to run away from that 42 of Jonathan Evans. I don't think Jonathan's going to go away too quietly in that. We also saw in qualifying Nathan Lucas have some problems, came down pit road, went out, set that fast time for him to get up there in that starting position as in sixth. He did that by himself. Almost no help from a drafting perspective.
Yeah, so great move there to move up through the field. And again, without the help of the draft and SSM, Brian, it is incredibly difficult to make up positions here. You know, we'll see here even more so than what we saw in Spec Miata, where these drivers, not only do they depend on the draft, they have to rely on the draft because it is the only way that they're going to move up through the field. As we've got drivers now 3 wide going down into turn 5, and then we can tell that didn't work, Brian, because we got a waving yellow at turn 5. So at least one of them there went off track, and now we see the telltale dust cloud.
Right. Yeah, 3 wide down into 5 that funnels down into turn 6 just does not work really well. Coming from someone who has been in these cars, not a lot, but I've gotten in some of these, you can't just power out of a turn.
No.
Once you get off that gas and you don't, you get hard on the brake, that slows the car completely down. You have about a full lap and a half, and that is, you've got to keep that momentum going, because if you lose it again, that whole lap is done as well.
All right, Brian, getting word from the corner station over turn 5. Who that was that went off track. And it sounds like it was the 18 machine.
88 of Jay
88,
Bindrum.
pardon me.
That would be Jay Bindrum in that blue, but it looks like he did continue.
Yeah, he did continue. That now puts him down into 39th position. So I'm sure not where he wanted to be.
No.
All right, I've been watching up at the top of the field here, Brian, with O'Rourke and Maloney, and John Evans has now joined the chat there as well as they go through turn 5. Let's take a look, and thank you, Spencer. Jumped right to it here as they're now going to come through turn 6. And there's our top 3. And John Evans just reset fast lap here. He was about a 1/10 of a second faster than O'Rourke and Maloney as they were battling it out for position. He's been able to draft right back up to the back of our leaders.
And Evans is getting that full effect of that draft with those 2 cars of O'Rourke and Maloney. So where he had dropped off by about 2 or 3 car lengths, he again sucked right up in with that draft. And now Maloney and O'Rourke, they're going to try to run away with those 2 to try to get, because Jonathan Evans is a very, very strong competitor in this class and always has been.
Well, and we've seen this now since the end of lap 1, where Ryan Maloney has been attempting to push Neil O'Rourke clear and away from Jonathan Evans, but as they go down into turn 1, you'll just have to believe us, John Evans pulls right up to the back bumper of the number 15 machine, and it is indeed 3 cars wide now, or not 3 cars wide, but a 3-car battle for the lead as they come down into turn 3. Now, if you look a little bit further back, there is that second pack for basically just off the podium between Biegert and Nate Lucas, as they are in very close proximity as well. And again, we've got that huge gap after them. And that is where the 89 machine used to be, Brian.
Well, the 89 is still there. So you've got Scott O'Rourke, which is Neil O'Rourke's brother. Then you've got Andy O'Brien, John Hotz, and now throw in Jamison Huffman.
Yep, there he is.
Those are the cars that have kind of worked back together there, getting nose to tail and continue to keep going. We have one car that went two wheels off in turn 1. You can't really see it, but if you look at our turn 2, you can just see it now when Spencer moves the timing grid. You can see the dirt, but it looks like they were able to continue. Yeah, so that car has continued. We'll get a number on that. I may have missed that number. They just said it, but here comes our overall leaders now, Spencer. Let's pick them up at the start-finish line. That's the top 3. Again, still nose to tail with those 3. They've opened up by about almost give it 4 seconds over David Biegert and Nathan Lucas. Then we drop back a little bit further there. We talked about that Scott O'Rourke.
All right,
Andy
Brian,
O'Brien.
real quick, we just had a driver with a big wild ride down through turn 1, or probably out of turn 10. We're going to get the number there in just a moment. Just recovered. He actually was still in the grass as he crossed the start-finish line.
See what number we hear there. But those 4 or 5 cars that were battling, that may be somebody that was in that battle through there.
Yeah, we're starting to hear some word about some contact. We had a driver off. The driver that was off at turn 1 apparently was trying to avoid contact as they were 3 wide going through that corner.
Again, this group always has a lot of action all around, not only in the front of the pack, but in the back and in the middle, right? So it is 100% excitement here in this group. That it is almost hard to pick all of it up. That I can almost guarantee you, as I am sitting here spinning around. I think I'm tangled up in my cord.
You are, and usually I'm the one to do that, and usually and we've had basically a non-stop string of corner stations calling in incidents here, as we had our leaders come through turn 10, and once again it is Ryan Maloney pushing Neil O'Rourke with Evans about a half a car length back, and now moving to the inside. Looks like Ryan Maloney's maybe had enough of being the pusher. He's going to try and get around Neil O'Rourke as they go down into turn number 1, and he takes over the lead. And Brian, I just found the car that went off because he just went off for the second time at turn 10. It is the 29 machine of Isaac Crandall.
Okay. It looks like we were talking about Ryan Maloney going to push the issue there a little bit. He was not able to hold that, as Neil O'Rourke now, he's going to get back in front of Maloney. Jonathan Evans didn't really know which car to go with in order to make that happen, Greg.
Yes.
He kind of stuck in between both of them there. We got one car here that may have gone off in turn 10 and back on. We'll check it out. That's the 27 as he comes down past the start-finish line. That's the Florence Solaru car. Looks like he got his left rear hooked there at a turn 10, went all the way over to driver's right, but was able to straighten it out and then slow himself down to get back straight in line. Getting some more calls coming through here.
Well,
I think that was on the 29.
They're just verifying because turn 10 didn't get the car number right, and basically Start said that it was the 29 car that went off there twice. All right, as they come out of turn 10, our leaders, it was Neil O'Rourke back to the lead with Ryan Maloney. We'll take a look here as they come down into turn 1. Again, they spread out, and now this time John Evans, he picks his horse. He gets behind Ryan Maloney, and they push down into turn 1. And Ryan Maloney, he's your new leader. John Evans moves up to second. Neil O'Rourke goes from leading back into third position, Brian.
Yeah, what a good move there. Jonathan Evans got right on the back bumper. Ryan Maloney coming out of turn 10. It looked like they may have been some hand signals there because both of those cars got a great run out of 10, Greg, and they just actually propelled themselves back in front of Neil O'Rourke. A little bit further back, we were talking about this Andy O'Brien, Jamison Huffman, throw in Scott O'Rourke, John Hotz, and Isaac Jordan. That is spread out just a little bit, but last time when they went down to turn 1, they were all over the racetrack, each trying to pick their own line to get through there. Luckily, they all got back in single file.
All right, well, just ahead of them, Brian, was the battle between Nate Lucas and Dave Biegert for 4th position. Nate Lucas got around Biegert to move him up to 4th, move Biegert back into 5th. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Race Group 8, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, please head to the grid. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 racers, please head to the grid.
As we watch that Scott O'Rourke and that Andy O'Brien and that battle there, John Hotz, Jamison Huffman, I tell you what, Greg, we picked them up coming out of turn 9 up the hill. Looks like Andy O'Brien's going to get a little bit further, and now it looks like Scott O'Rourke's going to go 4 off in turn 10, continues, so drop him all the way back now. He's going to fall all the way back behind the 98 there of Arif Chasm.
Yeah, so that now is going to move. We've got Andy O'Brien running in 6th position, and now Jamison Huffman at the front of that little pack there with Hotz and Jordan Chasm. And as you mentioned now, falling all the way to the back of that pack is that yellow machine of Scott O'Rourke, the 32 car.
Yeah, just got a little bit wide coming out of turn 10, and when you've got that much pressure out of there with those cars, it's almost to the point where the wind will just push you off of there, having that almost that arrow push.
All right, Brian, we are now halfway through this 15-lap race. We've got 7 laps remaining here in SSM. Great race so far. Ryan Maloney's your leader with John Evans and Neil O'Rourke, your top 3. Nathan Lucas, Dave Biegert, Andy O'Brien, Jamison Huffman, John Hotz, Isaac Jordan, Arif Chasm, rounding out the top 10. Or, as I like to say, if you can look at the screen, it's right there on the left-hand side for you. You don't need us anymore. You just read that. All right, leaders coming out of 10, and Brian, as they do, they're going to be coming up on some slower traffic. They've got the number 40 machine just ahead of them. That is John Grayor out of Ashburn, Virginia. We'll see if that 40 car plays into any of this, but more importantly, Maloney and Evans have now opened up almost 4 car lengths over Neil O'Rourke, who's sitting in 3rd.
Yeah, I tell you what, those two working really, really well together during this race. And once Jonathan Evans picked his partner, which looks like it's going to be Ryan Maloney, they were able to pull away from Neil O'Rourke. Neil O'Rourke still a little bit into that draft perspective as the 40 machine of John Gray gets completely out of the way, which is a very good move coming out of turn 2 to let those guys battle it. Neil O'Rourke just can't keep up with those two, especially if they're going to be nose to tail.
And if they're going to push, exactly. And so you can see there, so John Evans just reset fast lap, Brian. He was 1/1000th of a second faster than the car that he was pushing, Ryan Maloney. But more importantly, Neil O'Rourke was almost 2/10 off of the times of the 2 leaders just ahead of him there. So we'll continue to watch that. Great battle still directly behind them. Nate Lucas, Dave Biegert, not able to maintain the pace of the top 3, but they have been locked nose to tail now for the last couple of laps as well. And of course, we've been watching that battle directly behind them, the battle for 6th.
Yep, as they're getting ready to come. There's the Nathan Lucas machine, and I tell you what, our leaders here now are coming back, and we talked about as they come by the start-finish line this time by, you're going to see Jonathan Evans. It looks like he's going to pull out and try to make a move over Ryan Maloney as they head down into turn 1 past the start-finish line. It looks like that move's going to be successful, Greg. Ryan Maloney's actually just going to go ahead and give that up. And then it looks like they're going to try to do the crossover move. You'll see it on the camera coming out of turn 2 from our turn 3 shot. He's going to do the crossover over Jonathan Evans. Here comes Neil O'Rourke. Now it looks like it's going to be Maloney, O'Rourke, and now Evans looks like he's going to fall back into 3rd.
Yeah,
so that move just didn't work.
And Brian, it's odd to see Evans now dropping back into 3rd. He had such a run out of turn 10. He was already ahead of Ryan Maloney by the time they crossed start-finish. But as you saw there, maybe Maloney had just laid back a little bit in order to get a better run out of turn 10, and he was able to complete that over-under. Great run for him, and that, of course, as you mentioned, moves Neil O'Rourke back up in the 2nd as that second fight between Lucas and Biegert now comes down into turn 5. But let's stay with our leaders here for just a few moments.
Here they come out of turn 6, and again, Ryan Maloney opening up by about half a car length. That's really nothing in this class, Greg. As we talked about before, it's all about momentum. You've got to keep the momentum up all the way through the entire lap. If not, you're throwing yourself a lap away. As here they come now, coming out of turn 10. They're going to be coming up on the Steve Wolfson machine here momentarily as they go down. And now it looks like through the start-finish line, Neil O'Rourke's going to pull out and try to make a move.
That's right. So he is now side by side with the 15 machine of Maloney as they run down into turn number 1. O'Rourke with position, and he's right alongside Maloney, but Maloney has more entry speed and drives right past the 06 machine as they go into 1, and as they come out of 2, Brian, heading down the front straight in almost a diamond formation. Neil O'Rourke is your new leader. He holds off Maloney, and now it looks like John Evans going to try to make the move from the outside. Let's take a look as they come through 3, side by side running down the hill. If Maloney can keep that car up alongside Evans, he's going to have position going down into turn 5. Let's take a look at this. As you said, they're coming up on Steve Wolfson's machine there, that yellow Mazda Miata, but now we've got John Evans. He takes over second position. We've got still that fight here now coming down into turn 5. We can stay on this for just 1 second here. Spencer with Nate Lucas and Dave Biegert separated only by a half a car length. These things are starting to spread out a little bit behind. But let's follow that battle for 4th, Brian, here just for a few moments.
Yeah, I tell you what, the front 3, they're going to go ahead and pull out, but you've got Nathan Lucas and then you've got David Biegert. I'll tell you what, that's been a battle the entire race. Between the both of them going through there. You talk about, Ryan Maloney, and we'll jump back here in a second as they're getting on that Steve Wolfson machine. But as they come by the start-finish line coming out of there, I tell you what, it is... Ryan Maloney's got a really good guy on the radio talking to him as well in David Stern. I did see David Stern down there earlier. I'm assuming he's letting him know. Again, multi-time winner here in this class.
That's right.
And as they go through turn 1 in our leader, and again, I know we were talking about the Lucas and the Biegert, but now you're going to have to throw in for second place. Ryan Maloney is going to get ahead of Jonathan Evans coming out of turn 2. And you'll see the blue car there has got in front of the white car. That is for second, and they're both now going to try to run down Neil O'Rourke in that green machine.
Yeah, there we go as they try to push up just that little bit closer, but we can also see, Brian, where they are with just 3 laps remaining, coming up on some more slower traffic. With 3 laps remaining, let me make another call to the grid. Attention in the paddock, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
As we look here to see, and Greg, we've got one car spinning going out of turn 9. Looks like they may have got their left side tires hooked on the dirt, spun and crossed in front of our camera over now. Their driver's right. I'm not sure which car that was. Here comes our leaders, though. We'll have to listen to see which car that is. But here comes our leaders now as they're going to come over the James Roberts machine. They're going to go through the start-finish line. There'll be 2 laps to go. Ryan Maloney over Jonathan Evans.
And Brian, Maloney and Evans were literally side by side at the apex of turn 10, not the fast way around. And that allowed what we thought O'Rourke to have a great move there. Pardon me, it was O'Rourke and Maloney that were side by side.
Yeah.
And what that has done is it allowed Evans to make a great push down the front straight. Hasn't been able to fully take advantage of it now as he slots in the second behind Maloney, but just ahead of Neil O'Rourke.
Yeah. And now we've got Jonathan Evans gets his right rear.
All right, next time our leaders come out of turn 10 and onto the front straight, Brian, they're going to see that 1 to go board. We've got 13 laps complete, working lap number 14 of 15.
Tell you what, this is going to be a battle of the end, Greg, because they are coming on. And Isaac Jordan goes off in turn 3, Greg. You can't see it on your camera. He's just out of it, and I know Spencer can probably pick it up.
We got him
see
here.
It now, but he definitely went off driver's right really, really hard.
All right, yeah, he goes all the way. It looks like he is now going to rejoin, but we can see how far down he ended up, all the way to that MARRS banner and sign as we jump back now. And lots of great fights going on here in the field. We just are watching the 61 machine, Rich Euro with Chris Schooler. That's the battle for 29th. But let's jump back to the battle for the lead where Ryan Maloney now, working his way through traffic, has opened up a 4-car length advantage. He's the car driver's right, getting around that light blue machine. And then we've got right behind Evans and O'Rourke, but they now have to fight through this traffic as they all get bottled up into turn 1. Let's see what happens as they come out of turn 2 now. We're going to see him roll out right back into view here momentarily.
Tell you what, Maloney was able to get through the traffic just a little bit better than Evans and O'Rourke. O'Rourke's got a car in between them. That's actually going to be the 129 of Angelo Jago. That's going to be in between. Jonathan Evans tried to push it hard, gets up into turn 3 of the driver's on 2 wheels. Now O'Rourke's got to fight through there. So it looks like this battle may come down to the last couple turns between Jonathan Evans and Ryan Maloney.
All right, here. So we'll continue to watch this fight. They're now coming through turn 5. And wow, I'll tell you, O'Rourke is just getting balked by traffic.
Yes.
At every last step as they're coming into turn 6 now. There we've got Maloney and Evans. They've now cleared the traffic. But now look at this. The second in that group, there is the green number 06 of Neil O'Rourke. He is now almost 10 car lengths back from our leaders as we are working lap number 15, the final lap. They're coming up under the bridge now, and here they come, our 2 leaders, Maloney and Ken Evans, get alongside. They are side by side, Brian, as they come out of turn number 10. And as they come to the line, who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? Checkered flag in the air and taking the win, Ryan Maloney by 5 1,000ths of a second.
You can't blink. You can't blink. If you blink, you missed it.
5 1,000ths of a second. That is your margin of victory in SSM here today. And Brian, we've got one more SSM race to go this weekend. Oh my gosh, Neil O'Rourke, he finishes 3rd. Nathan Lucas 4th, just off the podium. Dave Biegert 5th. Andy O'Brien and John Hotz 6th and 7th. Jamison Huffman works his way back up to 8th, with Scott O'Rourke finishing 9th, and Arif Kazim, he will finish in 10th. Ryan Franklin, Dylan Adeli, they'll finish 11th and 12th. Jonathan Franklin, 13th. David Fierstein will finish 14th. Jordan Fuhrman will finish 15th. Isaac Crandall in the 29 car, despite going off twice at turn 10, he's going to finish 16th. Isaac Jordan, 17th. Frank DeBersey, 18th. Callan Crocker, 19th. Adam Volatile will round out your top 20. Oh my, oh my, oh my. What a finish.
I need to sit down after that one.
Yes. Oh, I think we're all going to need to sit down for a second. That was absolutely amazing. Hey, I just saw somebody take back their like. If you didn't like what you just saw, go and we just went from 25 to 24 likes. I can't imagine that somebody was upset by that finish. Put it back at 25. Remember, I need that to get glasses at the end of the season. Bump that up. Go ahead here. Let me do it. I'm going to hit it right there. There you go. Go ahead. Hit that thumbs up right there. Subscribe to the Washington, D.C. Region SCCA YouTube channel and click on that notification bell. But let's do this, gentlemen. Let's take another quick break. Before we do, I'm going to make a final call to the grid for our last race group of the day. And that is Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, race group number 8. This is your final call to the grid. Race group 8, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 racers, please head to the grid. This is your final call to the grid. All right, so we are going to take a quick break here, and thanks to our partners and sponsors that are bringing you the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series here from Summit Point Raceway for this 2024 season. This is the first event of the year, like RP Performance. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. And welcome back, everybody, to Summit Point Raceway and the April MARRS presented by OG Racing. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donnie. And Brian, We've got one race remaining here today. It is Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. We've got our drivers heading onto the track for their pace lap now. Let's run down the starting order.
All right, we got 14 driver here scheduled to take the start. Starting in the 14th position in the 06 from Foglesville, Pennsylvania, that's Ron Reese. Starting in the 13th position from Annapolis, Maryland, that's the 33 of David Trussell. Starting in the 12th position from Falls Church, West Virginia, but this may be Falls Church, Virginia. That is the 88 of Catherine Lindsay. Starting in the 11th position, the number 8 from Oakland, New Jersey, that's Michael LaMena. Starting in the 10th position from Westchester, Pennsylvania, that's the 5 of Mike Kosuth. Starting in the 9th position from Martland, New Jersey, good to see this gentleman back, in the 54 of Mike Thomas. Starting in the 8th position from Columbia, Maryland, that's the 14 of Kevin Silbrett. Starting in the 7th position from Annapolis, Maryland, the number 7 of Keith Frazier. Starting in the 6th position from New York, the 57 of Donald Privet. Starting in the 5th position, that's the 74 from Chesapeake, Virginia, that's Joe Blanks. Starting in the 4th position from Rockville, Maryland, in the 11, that's Greg Cirillo. Starting in the 3rd position from Gibson Island, Maryland, that's the 81 of Stephen Shue. And starting on the front row from Boyd's, Maryland, in the number 55, that's Sam Schechter. And on the pole from Washington, D.C., the number 30 of Mac Harrison.
Must be on the front row.
Front row.
There you go, everybody. That is your starting field for Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 as the pace car now bringing our pole sitter, Mac Harrison, along with the rest of the field down into turn number 5 as we get ready for our final 15-lap sprint race. Here, Spencer, if we can bring up the schedule again here. Let's take a look just to give you an idea of what we have going on tomorrow. We are going to be going on air at about 8:40 a.m. tomorrow morning, Eastern Time, of course. We're going to start off the day with 10-lap bracket road racing series, sprint bracket road racing series. That'll be their first race of the day, but otherwise it is all MARRS feature races, 20 laps or 40 minutes all day long. So definitely make sure to join us. All right, let's jump back to the pace lap here where the field is coming out of turn number 8 and heading up the hill. Lights are out on the pace car. That means we are, well, the hope is that we go green flag racing this time by. And now as they come underneath the bridge, pace car is now on the pit lane, turning the field over to Mac Harrison. And again, want to thank all of you for joining. By the way, I want to thank all of you for giving those thumbs up to us after that amazing SSM race. Margin of victory, 5 1,000. Starter is looking over the field, see if they like it there, and green flag. Green flag is now in the air, and we are racing from Summit Point. Here it is Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 for the first Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series race of the summer.
And Greg, Mac Harrison did not get the start he was looking for. It looks like he faltered just a little bit. That enabled Sam Schechter and now throwing Greg Cirillo to get in there as well. So look for Mac Harrison maybe to drop out. Looks like he's going to slot into second. Greg Cirillo is going to drop back just one position there as a coming out of turn 2. He is now going to slot into that third position.
And so Greg Cirillo, longtime Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 and Gen 2 racer here in the MARRS Series, sold his race car a couple years ago, and it looks like he's been sharing this yellow number 11 chassis, the Jisoo Kim car, with Melanie Meckel this weekend. We saw her race it in the bracket race earlier, and Cirillo, after I think a full 2 seasons off, comes up and puts the car right onto the second row. Great start to the season for him.
Yeah, good to see him. Good to see Greg back. So, once you get into this, you just never get out.
That's right. Well, of course, Greg comes and he instructs up-and-coming Spec Racer Ford racers at our competition licensing school each year as well.
Yep.
So good to see that as the field now coming under the bridge for the very first time. And as they come out of turn number 10, let's take a look. Your leader as we complete lap number 1. Who is it who comes over the crest of the hill? It's the blue 55, a Sam Schechter, with Mac Harrison, our pole sitter, second, Cirillo running in third, Steve Shute, Joe Blanks, your top 5. But so far, this field, and look at this, Brian, side by side a little bit further back in the field. I think that was Mike LaMena in his very first outing in a Spec Racer Ford in the number 8 machine, and Catherine Lindsay only 11,000 separating them at the line when they complete that first lap.
Yeah, Mike's had some problems here off and on all weekend long, but it looks like that machine now may be getting up there as he comes out of turn 2 and headed up into turn 3. He's going to actually move ahead of Catherine Lindsay. But I tell you what, going back to the Greg Cirillo, Stephen Shue, and Joe Blanks battle, last time by going through turn 1, and you can see them now picking up, coming down the hill into turn 5. Tell you what, they were 3 wide coming out of 2, and it looked like a few of them, especially Joe Blanks, had to get out of it because there was really no room for him to go anywhere.
No, exactly. Yeah, I mean, it was either back out or go off.
Back in and all 3 of them going off.
Yeah, exactly. All right, as our leaders come out of turn number 8 here and start to head up the hill, and actually it's not our leaders, it's everybody that's back behind our leaders because Sam Schechter and Mac Harrison, they have started to check out, Brian, and as they come across the line, Schechter with already a full second on Mac Harrison, and then 3.5 seconds to Stephen Shue, who got around Greg Cirillo. So move Cirillo back in the 4th there as we complete lap number 2, Joe Blanks. Then we've got Don Privet, Keith Frazier, before we even get to the tiniest of gaps, back to Kevin Silbert in 8th.
Yeah, I tell you what, the Greg Cirillo and the Blanks battle there coming out of turn 2. I tell you what, Greg, that was almost side by side as well.
Yeah, so move Greg Cirillo now in that yellow number 11. He now falls back into 5th position as just in the last 3/4 of a lap, we've had Stephen Shue and Joe Blanks get around the 11 car.
Yeah. Again, we saw that car earlier on when you talked about it there with Melanie Meckel sharing that car. She actually came in a little bit earlier in that bracket race.
Right.
So, again, Greg running through there, probably just running through its paces right now, just kind of shaking that down. I know Greg, has been in and out of the cars, off and on, like you said, comes out and drives it. He does actually drive during driver school to help teach sometimes because that is our smaller of the 3 groups that we have. And so sometimes he comes out as a pacer in those, so it's not like he hasn't had seat time.
True.
But again, sharing that ride, again, just trying to take it easy, trying to get through here. As looks like Donald Privet now is going to start to make his run against that number 11 machine. As we look down here, coming out of turn 2, you're going to see where it looks like that may be Joe Blanks may have gotten around Stephen Shue, and it does look like that, especially coming up out of turn 2. You'll see it on your screen right there. That is the 74 machine of Joe Blanks getting around the 81 there of Stephen Shue.
All right, so big changes there as Blanks, who started off in 5th position, he now works his way up into 3rd place as we are now working lap number 4 of 15, final race of the day. And as we mentioned, lots more racing coming up the rest of this weekend.
Alan Olson in the chat says his name is now Greg Jisoo Kim Cirillo. He's got all kinds of different names. Again, our overall leaders here kind of opening it up last time by. You had Sam Schechter with the fastest lap time of this race, just a couple laps in. That car is always quicker. You know what, Greg? And I'll say this right now. I think that car would be faster than Alan Olson was ever been in this.
Oh, no, don't say it. Well, Alan's had a lot of time down in South Florida. He's gotten old and soft. He spent all of his time over at the midday buffet. And look at this, Brian. Well, I would say we should look at this, Brian, because the rest of nobody else can see it. As they went 3 wide, going down into turn 3. We're going to turn 1. We're going to see him come out behind turn 2 right now. And this is that battle between Shue, Shue, Blanks, Cirillo, and Don Privet's pretty close behind. Privet's in that Gulf liveried number 57 machine, about 3 car lengths back. But I'll tell you, it didn't look like Shue, Blanks, or Cirillo knew who was going to come out in 3rd position when they went into turn 1.
Yeah, kind of an unorthodox line. We talked about it, as they were 3 wide, but Blanks was able to come out of that turn just a little bit better, even though he did have that unorthodox entry.
Yeah, and the interesting thing there is now, so swat that order around. It's Blanks, then Cirillo, then Stephen Shu running third, fourth, and fifth.
Yeah.
As Cirillo works his way up and gets one position there, but the big loser in that exchange, Stephen Shu, who I believe now drops back from third to fifth.
Yeah.
And here they come again, Brian, as they all fan out coming out of turn 10 in that battle for third position. And it's the 74 of Blanks here, but as they cross the line, it's Blanks, Cirillo, and Stephen Shu. And I'll tell you, Blanks got a great run there. Cirillo had to actually try to hold off Stephen Shu as they were coming out of turn 10, and it kind of stunted his advance just a little bit.
Donald Privett's got to be licking his chops right now because, with them fanning out, coming out where he was losing some ground when they got nose to tail in single file, he's now moved right back up almost to the gearbox of Stephen Shu as they come out of turn 2 and head up through turn 3. I would think within the next lap, if they start to battle like that again coming out of turn 10, Donald Privett's going to be right there. That'll be the battle for that fourth position.
Yep, well, we can see he is drafting right up behind. He's only about a car length and a half back. The question is now, as we're watching, as the next pack there, Keith Frazier, who's a kind of a bridge right now between that pack with Blank, Cirillo, Shu, and Privet, whether Keith Frazier can pull Kossuth and Silbert, along with Mike Thomas, up there as well. He's sitting about halfway between both of those packs.
Yeah. Joe Blanks just doesn't get the run out of turn 10 that I think he's hoping for. It seems like the car just doesn't sit well on exit, and he has to pull it back to basically the car pulls off to the right, and that allows Stephen Shu and Cirillo, as now Cirillo goes down into turn 1 there, locks up the right front just a little bit, trying not to hit Joe Blanks. As him and Shu get a run now, as they come out of turn 2, you're going to see here on your screen, that's going to be Joe Blank's going to lead that. But now Stephen Shu's gotten around Cirillo, and then another 3 car lengths back. That's the 57 of Donald Privet. So Privet, while still hanging around there, just doesn't seem to have the drive off of turn 2 and ends up losing a little bit more. Gets the drive down into 1 coming off of turn 10, but then loses a little bit out of it.
Yeah, we can see there as they come into turn 5 where he's dropped almost 4 car lengths back. And it's as if, when they come out of the high-speed corners, he can use some of that draft to his advantage, but we're seeing where he's got challenges in the low-speed stuff as well here, as it looks like Joe Blank starting to slowly eke an advantage over Cirillo and Shu as well.
Well, they come out of turn 9. Let's take a look here. When they come up, we'll turn on the camera on turn 10. You can see, but now it looks like Stephen Shu's going to get around Blank. So Blank's maybe having some, either, I don't want to say mechanical, it looks like it could be the car just isn't underneath him where he wants to, and it looks like the car is on top of the racetrack in terms of being, what I mean by that is the car seems really, really loose. Like he's got no grip in the racetrack coming out of certain corners. So whenever you hear somebody say it's too much on top of the racetrack, that means it's almost loose. You're not getting a lot of grip, and so you're having to feather it to come through here.
Yeah. And so we saw there where Blanks moved up and Cirillo now sitting in 5th, but we were just talking about Don Privet, falling off the pace of that group. He's actually pulled right back up alongside.
Well, actually, it looks like we have a standing yellow, so there may have been some incident down in there, and that would have been the Greg Cirillo machine because he just now went through turn 3. We're going to pick that up now.
All right, so here's what we're hearing from turn number 1, Brian. As they came into turn 1, we had the 81 machine of Stephen Shu. He was driver's left. We had the number 11 of Greg Cirillo. He was driver's right. They both got together. Cirillo continued on, but the 81 car, he is the car that went off. Of course, he was on the left-hand side, on the outside. He went off into the dirt, lost a number of positions. So that likely, and we're seeing now as that whole group is crossing the start-finish line, it looks like Cirillo has lost, he's actually still in 5th, but the biggest recipient of that whole schmozzle, Brian, Don Privet, who now moves that 57 car that we've been talking about up into third position as he got around Joe Blanks as well.
Yeah, kind of a little bit of a, what do you say, hodgy-podgy down there between
Argy-bargy.
Argy-bargy, hodgy-podgy, whatever those words are that they mean. Stephen Shue obviously is the one who, lost everything out of that.
Yes.
And, but yeah, Donald Privet moving up around there. So again, those four racers going down in turn one was a little bit of a calamity there and a little side-to-side contact between those two. So.
Yeah, and just as that was happening, we saw Sam Schechter just reset fast lap. He's now opened up almost a 2.5-second advantage over Mac Harrison.
Yeah.
So our pole sitter today, although he's just turned in his personal best lap, he unfortunately just has not turned out to be his race. Now, we ought to be watching, Brian, back behind Privet and Blanks and Cirillo. This fight between Frazier and Kossuth and Silbert now has really picked up steam. Let's throw Mike Thomas into this as well.
Yeah.
They're coming out of, I think they're coming out of turn 10 right now. And we're seeing the 14 and the 7. Kevin Silbert gets around Kevin Frazier to go up to 8th. What was a real tight battle. It is Mike Thomas in 6th. Kossuth, then Silbert, who gets around Keith Frazier, so move Frazier back to 7th, and then about 4 seconds or so back to Mike LaMena running in 10th. LaMena's had a pretty quiet race. He started 11th. He now finds himself up in 10th position.
That used to be his brother's car that he purchased here in the off season. I think he has two brothers, one Nick, one Pete.
Right.
I'm not sure which car that was, but that was definitely one of those. That may have been Pete LaMena's car.
Okay.
That he bought. For some reason, the name Nick sticks in my head, and I think that's because that's what I heard it last night from Mike's wife, Stephanie. But, again, getting back into that car this first season in with that, and I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, he does still have a T4 car that may be for sale as well. So
he does.
Again, another car that a top-running T4 car if you want to get into a tin top Miata.
That's it. Like I said, send this email, marsannouncers@gmail.com. And Mars with 2 R's, and we will be happy to pass that information along to Mike LaMena. You can put yourself in a very competitive Touring 4 machine here in the SCCA, and that car was very competitive, not only in regional racing in the MARRS series, but also at national level events as well.
I'm taking a commission if we sell it.
Oh my gosh, yes. As long as I get the bigger commission, because we all know I need new glasses.
That's it.
Forget the likes. I'll take commissions on race cars any day.
It looks like most of the the battles that we had early on here, and again with 5 laps left to go, some of those battles have started again. The attrition, and I don't want to say the attrition is as guys falling out, but the attrition in terms of the actual racing, side by side and nose to tail has kind of slowed down. It looks like a lot of these drivers pushed everything they could all in at the beginning of this race and may not have saved anything here towards the end. As I look at times, Donald Privet seems to be going the fastest. He picked up his fastest lap on lap 10. So did Joe Blanks. Mike Thomas did the same. So did Mike Kossuth. Everybody else pretty much the same across the board, especially in our front 2 racers there with the 55 Sam Schechter and Mac Harrison. So, again, things starting to settle down. Although the minute I say that, you've got Donald Privet and Joe Blanks. They're within a car length to a car length and a half of each other as they head down past the start-finish line and down into turn 1. Got some other battles here on the racetrack as we look down here. And again, most of them have kind of opened up a little bit. The closest battle I saw last time by going down into turn 1, that would have been the Michael LaMena, and I'll pick up the other car that was right behind him at one point. I think that may have been Keith Frazier.
Frazier, I think.
And it looks like Frazier may have some type of a maybe having some type of little mechanical issue, because going through turn 3, that car just does not look right, and LaMena is able to get by Keith Frazier.
Yeah, that was indeed the deal. And the previous lap, almost 2 seconds faster than the number 7 of Frazier, who was at the tail end of that group just ahead. That has now started within the last 2 laps or so to really spread out as Frazier lost touch of Kevin Silbert. And then Mike Kossuth ahead. If we take a look at Frazier's lap times here, the last 3 laps he's been in the 25s and the low 26s. He's definitely starting to fall off of his early pace, which is down in the mid 23s.
Yeah. Yeah, so what that should do is that should move, depending on this lap, and just now coming across the start-finish line, Michael LaMena is going to move up into 9th position. It's going to drop Frazier back down to the 10th position. Look out the window here. Looks like we have a couple cars that are going side by side. Coming out of turn 2, that may be just getting around the slower traffic there. And it does look like that we have, we've got a little bit of contact there into turn 3 going through. You can see that on your camera.
Yep. And we got a car off in the gravel trap, Brian.
Well, we've got 2 of them. We had the 33, but then it looks like that may have been the 5 of Mike Kossuth trying to put a lap on the 3 when that happened, and they had some contact. We'll listen to the radio. We'll give that a second to play through here. You can see it on your TV screen. Spencer still has it up. But what it looked like is they were trying to turn, and Mike Kossuth was trying to make the pass on the 33 in that 5 machine, and just didn't get slowed down enough. Here comes Mike Kossuth now, and you can tell Kossuth's got some problems there, Greg.
Yes.
Because now you've got Michael LaMena there, you've got Kevin Silbert, and they're going to go 3 wide.
Oh my gosh! As the number 5 machine of Mike Kossuth shuts the door on Mike LaMena as they come across the stripe here. Oh my gosh! As now LaMena moves back over driver's left. As they still have Keith Frazier, or probably not Keith Frazier, it was Kevin Silbert in tow. So the big question now, we've got that car off in the gravel trap at 3, Brian. We've got about a lap and a half remaining right now. Actually, less than that, as our leader comes out of turn 10. The number 55 machine completes lap number 14. The white flag, or actually the basically the one to go board, is being shown to our leader. And we're going to leave that car sitting in the gravel trap here to get this last lap done. I think the last thing our stewards wanted to do was go to a full course caution and end this race under yellow.
Yeah. I think he's in a spot that it looks pretty safe. I mean, you can see it on your camera the next time we shoot to that. Camera that it is far off enough there.
Him already also.
Yeah, because we have a standing yellow there, so they know that with that yellow flag there, you've got to pretty much slow down. They're trying to talk to the driver. I'm looking out the window here, trying to tell him to go ahead and vacate the car, but he's not. He's going to sit in there.
If it were me,
I would be sitting in that car.
I would not get out of that car. All right, coming out of turn 10, Brian, we just watched on the previous lap. This is Mike Kossuth, Kevin Silbert, and Mike LaMena. And it is Kossuth in the number 5 machine. He's going to hold on to 7th position for the moment here. Mike LaMena coming through 8, and then, or probably in 8th position, and then Kevin Silbert as our leaders come out of turn 10 for the final time. Actually, well, one of our leaders, that is the leader. That is the number 55 machine. He comes up over the crest of the hill. He's the 3rd car in line and taking the win here in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. As our camera goes completely out of focus at just the wrong time, it is Sam Schechter out of Boyd's, Maryland. Mac Harrison, who is our pole sitter today, he is going to finish in 2nd position. And where is Don Privet, who was part of that 3-way battle?
Right here.
And he just now comes out of turn 10. Don Privet, take our word for it, he's the one cresting the hill in the light blue 57 machine. He takes the checkered flag, and yeah, it looks like we got a great focus that we've got on the pit wall there, on the pipe, little piece of rebar there on the side. How we ended up picking that up for focus, I don't know. you know what? We scared off the cameraman at turn 1, Brian. This guy on the front straight, he's out of here. We're not using him tomorrow.
I tell you what, Greg, let's go right back a little bit. Crossing the start-finish line now, you're going to see Michael LaMena has gotten around Mike Kosuth and Kevin Silbert. So move Michael LaMena all the way up to 7th. So a good, hard-fought battle for that number 8 machine. And, we talked about it, a little bit of potential contact between the 5 and the 33 coming into turn 3 several laps before. When I look at the right side of Kosuth's machine, it looks like in that right rear, it does look like there's a tire mark there. He may have starting to have a tire go down a little bit, maybe getting a little soft, potentially from some of that contact.
All right, so Brian here, let's run down the top 10 here, and we will end up going home for the evening, and we got more great racing tomorrow. So taking the win in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 today, out of Boyd's, Maryland, Sam Schechter. Mac Harrison out of Washington, D.C. He takes 2nd place. Don Privet, great run for Don out of New York, New York. He finishes in 3rd. Greg Cirillo finishes just off the podium in 4th with Joe Blanks 5th. Mike Thomas 6th. As you mentioned, Mike LaMena 7th over Mike Kosuth 8th and Kevin Silbert 9th. And then Catherine Lindsay works her way up into 10th. So great finish there, great end to the day, great end to the road racing. And again, we will be back on air tomorrow morning at approximately 8:40 a.m. It is feature race day here at Summit Point Raceway for the April MARRS presented by OG Racing. But we also have 2 more bracket races throughout the day. We want you to join us. It is sure to be a great day of racing. We're, again, supposed to have some very good weather tomorrow here from Summit Point. Hopefully, we'll see some track records broken. So, for Brian Donati, for Spencer Gaynor, I'm Greg Ginsburg, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From small economy cars to SUVs to trucks, their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740. Belmont Classic Cars is a family-owned classic and collector car dealership located in Eastern Ohio, specializing in 1960s and 70s American muscle cars and other unique automobiles. Belmont takes pride in taking you back to a simpler time with iconic classic rides and never selling anything that they wouldn't want in their own collection. To see Belmont's extensive inventory of classic cars, visit their website at belmontclassiccars.com or find them on Facebook and Instagram at Belmont Classic.
the DC region would like to welcome the Autoverse to the MARRS family. The Autoverse is a huge supporter of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM education, and like the SCCA, wants to break down the barriers to motorsports. They do this by providing the public with real-world experiences and link them with a trusted network of providers and gearheads. To find out more, find them online at theautoverse.io. The Autoverse, 4 wheels, more fun.